just the first stanza. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem, please. God bless the Republic of Nigeria, who may be seated. Thank you very much. So this morning, we want to extend our warm welcome to, first off, to some of the dignitaries. By the way, everyone here is a dignitary, but just want to acknowledge some of the key office holders who have come to join us here this morning. It's going to be a very short protocol that I will establish this morning because one time, again, as you can see, it's not a very detailed in terms of protocol event for me to give you all that time on protocol this morning. So let me just suffice that to acknowledge the presence of the Chairman House Committee on Gas, the Right Honorable Nicholas Mutu, not here with us this morning. As I'm told, plenary will be starting shortly, but his representative who will be joining plenary soon is here, Deputy Chair of the Committee, Honorable Aluko Ahmedi Yinka. Very good morning to you and thank you for joining us. Please a warm applause for Honorable Yinka. I'm aware of the exigencies of your time. We will do the best we can to get you out of this room in no time. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Gas, the Right Honorable Bogemen Ekperipe Ekpo, who is represented by Director on Mid and Downstream at the Ministry. Acknowledge Mrs. Irene Ikenna. Very good morning to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Please a warm applause for the Director. I'm told that a number of other of her colleague directors are here with us this morning. Because of time, we acknowledge your presence, all of you. Thank you for coming out to identify with Aldg this morning. I haven't yet seen the executive secretary of this agency of government in whose auditorium we're seated. However, we acknowledge them, Shaibu, Shehu Aliu, and indeed the entire team at PTDF. I think they deserve a round of applause for their magnanimity in hosting the industry from time to time. The Authority Chief Executive of NMDPRA, Rabiu Abdullahi Umar, is represented by the Acting Director of DSSRI, Dr. Ayodinde Cardoso. Good morning to you, sir. I know, yes, very good morning to you, very good morning to you. Of course, our chairman of Aldg and the managing director of gas distribution at Axela. Very good morning to Mr. Chairman, Kende Alabi. Good morning and thank you for continuing to pull the strings. We have representatives of other associations who've joined us here as well. The NGA, the first vice president is here. Olufisayo Duduyemi, a very good morning to you, Fisayo. Lovely to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. We have representatives from sister organizations like the NLCGA. I'm told that Felix Ekundayo is represented. We'll acknowledge his representative. The coordinating director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat, Mr. Edu Bonga Havuntin, but I've seen Ramata Abdullahi somewhere here, a team lead in that agency. I'm told she's representing Edu Bonga. Ramata, if you're here, very good morning to you and a warm welcome to you as well. And indeed to every other CEO who is here. A number of you CEOs are speakers on our panel, on our panels today. So we acknowledge your presence. We thank you for joining Aldg. Please give all the CEOs in the room a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. You're here in your numbers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. To all of our other speakers, whether you're representing your principal and you're here speaking today, we acknowledge you, we welcome you. And to our sponsors, without you, the Aldg would not be having this event. So we thank our sponsors immensely and welcome them to this 2022 Business Forum. And to all of you who are participating today, whether you're participating virtually or you're participating here on site, we acknowledge your presence and we welcome all of you this morning. As I said, there are a number of MDs in the room. You get to meet them at some point when it's time for them to take either a goodwill or the seat on the panel. So we acknowledge all of your presence. We welcome our friends from the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is common knowledge that Nigeria sits on approximately 209 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves, and the largest on the continent. And if you look at it, it is top 10 globally. And of course, we all know for far too long that abundance remained a geological fact rather than a lived reality for millions of our citizens. Now, households cooking over firewood, I saw them a lot on my recent trip to the east. And of course, industry starved of energy, a power sector perpetually beneath its potential. The distance between what lay beneath our feet and what reached our homes, factories, and power plants was never a resource problem. It was a distribution problem. It is precisely that problem that the Association of Local Distributors of Gas was established to confront, and it is precisely that problem that today's forum is dedicated to solving. We're going to have two panels after all the speeches that would follow my opening, and of course those panels will try to take a deeper dive into the conversations that we're going to be having here and the issues that would help us get from gas abundance to taking gas to those who need gas. Someone has said that electricity poverty is not only what we have in Nigeria, but what we actually have is access of electricity and gas to power that electricity. So my name is Richmond Osuji, like you simply refer to myself as a first-class talk service provider. I'm delighted to be joining Aldg for this next few hours at this 2026 Business Forum. Again, a warm welcome to all of you. Let us begin the morning's speeches or remarks as we'll take our very first one from the chairman of Aldg. Please welcome Mr. Kehinde Alabi for his opening comments.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the second edition of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas Business Forum. This year's theme, From Gas Abundance to Gas Access, Reassessing Nigeria's Gas Distribution Imperatives, speaks directly to one of the most important energy questions facing our country today. It is common knowledge that Nigeria is abundantly blessed with natural gas resources. With over 209 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves and even greater untapped potential, our nation possesses enough gas resources to support industrialization, power generation, improve energy security, expand domestic manufacturing, deepen economic growth, and improve Nigeria's economic prosperity. Yet, despite this abundance, access remains a major challenge. Across many parts of Nigeria, industries still struggle with inadequate and unreliable energy supply. Millions of households continue to rely on expensive, less efficient energy sources. Businesses face rising operating costs, while large segments of our underserved and unserved markets remain disconnected from available gas infrastructure. This disconnect between abundance and accessibility is the central issue before us today. As a nation, we have made commendable progress in recent years. The Decade of Gas Initiative has elevated gas as a national development priority, while the Petroleum Industry Act has introduced important reforms to the regulatory framework. In addition, major pipeline and infrastructure projects, such as the AKK, as well as the OB3 pipelines, are underway to strengthen supply connectivity across various regions of the country, particularly in previously underserved markets. However, while these encouraging steps, we must also acknowledge the enhancing market development, and regulatory execution. The reality is that gas availability alone, access. For gas to truly become the fuel for economic transformation, it must move efficiently from source to consumer. It must reach industries, power plants, businesses, transportation systems, and homes in a commercially viable, reliable, safe, and affordable manner. To achieve this, there must be some deliberate action in several critical areas. One, expanding natural gas distribution infrastructure to connect supply with demand centers across the country. Two, creating a more stable and transparent regulatory environment that encourages long-term investment. Three, developing commercially sustainable pricing and market structures. Four, encouraging investment in natural pipeline solutions and last-mile distribution systems. Five, strengthening local technical capacity and building the skilled workforce needed to sustain a modern gas economy. As global energy systems continue to evolve, natural gas remains an important transition fuel for developing economies like Nigeria and other African countries. It presents us with an opportunity to pursue economic growth while supporting cleaner energy aspirations. Countries that have successfully expanded domestic gas utilization did so through coordinated policy direction, strong public-private collaboration, and sustained investment in infrastructure and human capital. Nigeria can achieve the same if we remain focused on public-private coordinated efforts. This forum therefore comes at a critical time and provides an opportunity for stakeholders across the gas value chain to engage honestly on the practical steps required to improve domestic gas accessibility, strengthen distribution system, unlock investments, and build a more efficient and inclusive gas market for Nigeria. I am confident that the discussions in this room today will generate valuable insights and practical solutions that can help move our industry and indeed Nigeria closer to a future where natural gas is not just abundant beneath our soil, but accessible to the people and businesses that need it most. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to advancing Nigeria's gas sector and shaping a more sustainable energy future for our nation. I look forward to your insights and the outcome of our robust conversation as catalysts to the next steps. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kende Alabi, Managing Director of Gas Distribution for Accela, but most importantly to us this morning is the chairman of Aldg. Okay. Before I proceed to my next set of remarks, I would like to acknowledge the presence here of the representative of the Executive Vice President for Gas, Power and New Energies for NNPC. I've been reliably informed now that Mr. Olalekun Ogunle is represented by ED Distribution for NNPC Gas Marketing Limited. I will acknowledge Engineer Awal Ibrahim. Very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. The GM Commercial for GSCN, Mr. Ode Ademade, is also representing the MD Chijoke Uzoho. Very good morning to you as well. Warm welcome. Just to be certain. Yeah, Engineer Ibrahim is also representing the MD of NGML, Mr. Declan Nwokoro. So you're wearing two caps. Warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. I'm yet to see a representative, or should I say the CEO of our lead sponsor, platinum sponsor for this event. And that's the CEO of Tetraco. Is he here now? Mr. Lakunle Williams. But just a round of applause, please. Yes, as our platinum sponsors for this event, we will thank them immensely for throwing that financial muscle behind the success of this event, and as well to all other sponsors. We do not take your sponsorship nor partnership for granted. We thank all of you. Now, as I said earlier, because of the exigencies of time and the fact that he needs to be at the green chambers of the National Assembly in a few minutes from now, we will tweak our program to accommodate him to speak to us immediately following the chairman's opening. Usually, we would have gone into some keynotes, but let us take this oversight remark from the green chambers of the National Assembly as I welcome Deputy Chair of the House Committee on Gas, Honorable Aluko Ahmed Yinka.
Good morning, all. Please allow me to stand on the existing protocols like Mr. Chairman did. My name is Dr. Ahmed Yinka Aluko. I represent the House Committee on Gas Resources under the leadership of Chief Nicholas Mutu. It is a profound honor and privilege to join stakeholders and industry leaders at this year's Aldg Business Forum, themed From Gas Abundance to Gas Access. That's Reassessing Nigeria's Gas Distribution Imperatives. Let me begin by commending the Association of Local Distribution of Gas for your vision, consistency, and leadership in creating this vital platform for strategic dialogue. Forums such as this are not mere talk shops. They are essential instruments for reshaping policies, forging partnership, and of course, driving the structural changes our gas sector requires. For decades, Nigeria has probably been described as a gas-rich nation, with proven reserve exceeding 200 trillion cubic feet. Yet, this abundance has remained largely stranded or underutilized, delivering far less than the potentials for industrialization, power generation, transportation, and household energy security. Today's conversation must therefore confront hard truth that the persistent infrastructure deficits in mainstream and downstream segments, the high cost of distribution, fragmented regulatory frameworks, and investment risks that continue to deter the scale of capital required. We cannot achieve domestic gas expansion. We cannot achieve the domestic gas expansion objectives with half-hearted commitment of policy inconsistency. What we need is deliberate, coordinated, and sustained action across the entire value chain. We must move beyond rhetorics to concrete deliverables. Pipeline network that reach underserved regions, modern storage and distribution facilities, efficient downstream stations, and a diversified gas utilization ecosystem, including CNG for transport, LPG for household energy access, and other scalable distribution models that support cleaner mobility and industrial growth. The House Committee on Gas Resources remain committed to support legislative and oversight efforts that will strengthen domestic gas utilization, encourage investments, and improve distribution capacity across the country. I also commend Aldg for the launch of the Downstream Gas magazine. Strong industries are built not only through infrastructure, but also through knowledge, policy engagements, and institutional continuity. Distinguished participants, the expectations of Nigerians are high, and the window of opportunities is narrowing. Let this forum produce not only robust discussion, but also actionable recommendations and clear follow-through mechanisms that will translate our gas wealth into tangible national development. I thank the organizers for the invitation extended to us and wish all participants productive deliberations. Thank you very much, and God bless the Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Inka, representing Honorable Mutu. He is the Deputy Chair of the House Committee on Gas, representing the Chair, Honorable Mutu. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Before I continue, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Secretary of the Association of Power Generation Companies in Nigeria, of course, Dr. Joy Ogaji. Dr. Ogaji, good morning to you. Okay. I see you over there. Thank you very much. And of course, the ES of Aldg as well, John Kadri. Mr. Kadri, very good morning to you. Thank you for the work that you're doing, continuing the vision of the Founding Fathers. All right. So we're moving on now to some keynote addresses. I will just continue in the momentum that I have started. I'll take the next keynote address, and this time is coming from the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, and I'd like to invite Director Mid and Downstream representing him. Please welcome Mrs. Ikenna Irene.
Good morning, all. Sorry if I'm correcting. My name is Mrs. Ikenna Irene, not Ikenna. This keynote address from my permanent secretary, from my honorable minister, is carefully crafted. But the voice you'll be hearing today is that of mine. I'm only but a messenger. I will stand on the existing protocol as well. Theme: from gas abundance to gas access. Reassessing Nigeria's gas distribution imperatives. It is my pleasure to address the distinguished gathering at the 2026 Aldg Business Forum on the very important theme, from gas abundance to gas access, reassessing Nigeria's gas distribution imperatives. Let me begin by commending the Association of Local Distribution of Gas, ALDG, for providing this strategic platform for meaningful engagement among policymakers, regulators, investors, operators, and other stakeholders in Nigeria's gas value chain. The theme of this forum is both timely and highly relevant. Nigeria is abundantly blessed with enormous natural gas reserves, estimated at over 209 trillion cubic feet, making us one of the largest gas-endowed nations in the world. However, the true measure of national prosperity is not merely the abundance of resources beneath the ground, but the extent to which those resources are effectively utilized to improve lives, power industries, create jobs, and stimulate sustainable economic growth. Resources in the ground do not automatically translate into development. Gas must move from reserves to industries, from pipelines to homes, from policy to practical access. The real challenge before us is therefore not whether Nigeria has gas, but whether Nigerians have access to gas. Today, Nigeria stands at a critical turning point in its energy transition journey. The federal government, under the leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has continued to demonstrate strong commitment towards transforming Nigeria into a gas-powered economy through the Decade of Gas. Through the Decade of Gas initiative and other strategic reforms aimed at deepening domestic gas utilization. The enactment of the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA 2021, has further provided a stronger legal and regulatory foundation for private sector participation, market liberalization, infrastructure expansion, and investment growth across the gas sector. Industrialized nations did not attain economic advancement simply because they possessed energy resources. They succeeded because they deliberately built systems that enabled energy access, industrial utilization, infrastructure expansion, and market efficiency. Nigeria must now move decisively from gas abundance to gas accessibility. The transition has significant implications for our economy. Expanded gas distribution will accelerate industrialization, reduce energy poverty, create employment opportunities, sustain cleaner energy transition, enhance manufacturing competitiveness, and reduce environmental degradation associated with biomass and diesel dependence. However, achieving these objectives require addressing several critical issues, which are infrastructure development beyond pipelines, commercial and regulatory frameworks, security and technical integrity, deepening private sector participation, technology, and innovation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's future as a gas-powered economy will depend on our collective ability to move beyond discussions and translate strategies into measurable actions. The success of these visions requires policy consistency, strong institutions, strategic investment, infrastructure expansion, security collaboration, and sustainable stakeholder partnerships. This forum, therefore, provides an important opportunity to develop practical, investment-driven solutions that will shape the future of Nigeria's gas economy. As we deliberate today, let us remain focused on building a gas sector that delivers real value to Nigerians, one that powers industries, supports households, creates jobs, enhances energy security, and drives inclusive national development. Let us move from gas abundance to gas access. Let us move from policy to implementation. Let us build a gas economy that works for all Nigerians. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish the Association of Local Distribution of Gas, sorry, I'll take that again. On this note, I wish the Association of Local Distribution of Gas, ALDG, a successful and productive business forum. Thank you, and God bless the Republic of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Your phone. Ikemma, thank you. Mrs. Irene Ikemma, Director Mid and Downstream at the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, representing the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources Gas. Please give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. I had acknowledged him earlier, but he's just joined us, Director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat, Mr. Edubong. Good to see you. Good morning. Onwards with our next keynote, and this time we're going to the Mid and Downstream Regulator, whose sole responsibility is to oversee the association and the businesses in the association, and many others, of course. I told you earlier that Mr. Rabiu Abdullahi Umar, the ACE, is not here with us today, but the acting director for the acting ED for distribution, storage, and I think refining infrastructure, if I'm not mistaken, is here. Please welcome Dr. Ayodinde Cardoso.
Good morning, all. All protocol duly observed. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. As I've been introduced, Engineer Ayo Cardoso is my name, Acting Executive Director, Distribution System, Retail Infrastructure of Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. It's my privilege to be here this morning to represent my Chief Executive, who could not join us because of exigency of office. And he has graciously permitted me to stand here on his behalf. I will be reading his speech, which had been properly crafted and has his blessings. So I will go through the speech. It is my honor to address you today on behalf of the Authority Chief Executive of NMDPRA, Malam Rabi Umar, who extends his warm regards and appreciation to the Association of Local Distributors of Gas for convening this important business forum. Nigeria stands at a defining moment in its energy journey, with over 209.2 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas and an estimated upside potential of about 600 trillion cubic feet Nigeria possesses one of the world's most significant gas resources. Combined with the PIA 2021 and the federal government gas-based industrialization agenda, the nation is strategically positioned to accelerate economic growth, deepen industrialization, and strengthen energy security. However, the critical challenge before us today is no longer gas abundance, it is gas accessibility. For many years, Nigeria gas narrative focused largely on reserves, upstream production, flaring, and exports. Today, our national priority has shifted towards domestic utilization and last mile delivery. The true value of gas is realized only when it reaches industry, power plants, businesses, CNG stations, industrial parks, and households that require reliable and affordable energy. Without effective gas distribution network, gas abundance cannot translate into economic value. Upstream investment transmission capacity cannot deliver full impact, and industrial growth remains limited. This is why gas distribution is an essential bridge between national gas supply and productive utilization. The federal government has set ambitious targets to increase gas supply to at least 10 BCF per day by 2027 and 12 BCF per day by 2030. While national demand is projected to exceed 11 BCF per day by 2027, achieving these objectives will require not only major upstream and transportation infrastructures such as AKK and OB3 pipelines, but also robust last-mile gas distribution system capable of connecting supply directly to demand centers. In recognition of this strategic importance, the NNDPRA established Gas Distribution Licensing (GDL) framework pursuant to the PIA 2021 and to drive structured documents of pipe natural gas infrastructure across designated distribution zones. In 2025, the authority achieved major milestone with the issuance of the gas distribution licenses under the phase 1 of the framework. Today, these license zones serve approximately 430 customers through more than 535 kilometers of distribution of pipeline infrastructure with installed capacity of about 442 SCOF per day. This demonstrates clear progress while also pointing to substantial opportunities for optimization, customer growth, and accelerated industrial development. In furtherance of federal government gas utilization objectives and the implementation of decades of gas initiatives, the authority is also advancing plans for issuance of the next phase of the gas distribution licenses, particularly along the Ajaokuta, Kaduna, Kano, AKK pipeline corridor to unlock new industrial clusters, deepen domestic gas penetration, and accelerate the development of regional gas distribution network across northern Nigeria. The authority also recognizes the strategic role of virtual gas distribution through CNG and LNG trucking, particularly in areas where permanent pipeline infrastructure is yet to be developed. These solutions are already supporting industries, commercial users, and emerging energy market by delivering cleaner and more flexible energy. However, while virtual distribution is an important transitional and complementary option for rapid market expansion, the long-term objective remains the growth of the piped natural gas, PNG, infrastructure as the most efficient, reliable, and scalable model for nationwide gas utilization. The authority remains committed to creating a modern, commercially focused, and investment-ready regulatory environment that supports infrastructure expansion, supply reliability, market activation, and operational efficiency across the gas value chain. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of Nigeria's gas agenda will ultimately not be measured by how much gas we produce, but by how much gas we deliver to productive use. We must therefore move from reserve-based pride to utilization-driven performance and strengthen the last-mile infrastructure required to transform gas abundance into meaningful gas access for industry, businesses, households across Nigeria. The NMDPRA fully committed to working with investors and local distributors to unlock investment, deepen domestic gas penetration, and accelerate infrastructure delivery. Let's this forum advance practical commitments that expand access, grow industrial demands, and translate Nigeria gas resource into measurable economic outcome. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and impactful forum. Rabiu A. Umar, Authority Chief Executive. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cardoso there, Acting Executive Director in charge of distribution systems and storage and retail infrastructure for the authority, representing the Authority Chief Executive. Please give them another round of applause. They're already making plans to enable gas distribution on the AKK corridor as that project is gradually nearing completion. Of course, there need to be gas access to the homes and industries that will either spring up on the corridor and that of the one on the OB3, or of course, already existing. So yes, that's enabling business as a regulator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker leads a company that is agile in handling business, delivering quality to clients at a very cost-effective level, ensuring safety across operations with world-class skill sets. And they have been championing gas distribution as an indigenous company, working for international and indigenous entities. But ultimately today, they are playing a key role in helping facilitate CNG access across many parts of Nigeria. So little wonder they are emerging today as one of our top sponsors for this event. Please welcome our next keynote speaker, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Tetraco Energy Group, Mr. Olakunle Williams.
Thank you very much for that very robust introduction, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to take my keynote address essentially just looking at 3 quick slides. And I think the first slide, we've exhaustively discussed it. And I'm sure that as experts, we already have a good idea of, what our current position is, right, with regards to our energy portfolio. And I'm sure we all know the numbers. We've talked about our reserves, our gas reserves, over 290 proven gas reserves. And of course, to a very large extent, we're playing a very robust role in getting gas distribution within our domestic market. And we can see the numbers. We're doing close to about 1.7 BCF of gas distribution available in the domestic market. And we also know that we are making some very good stride with regards to the infrastructure rollout across the country. We know that we have functional transmission backbone infrastructures that move gas to different corridors. But of course, we know there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to expand out the infrastructures across the country and ensure that we can have a robust gas distribution play within Nigeria. So this slide basically talks about contrasting in one breath our wealth, our abundance in terms of gas reserves, like we've already mentioned, but then saying, of course, that we need to translate that to economic growth. And when we look at the numbers, we can see that very quickly. One is that even though we have that abundance, we still have a very low energy per capita in Nigeria compared to the rest of the world. And of course, we know that in terms of our access to electricity, we have a very low rate of electrification, less than about 70%. Our power demand is extremely high with regards to what we need to enable energy access. But despite our abundance in resources, we're still unable to translate that to energy access for all the country. So the second slide, we then examine what we need to do in terms of driving our abundance in terms of energy and gas resources to indeed creating access for all. And it's pretty much very simple. I think from all the indication, as a country, we intend to achieve a $1 trillion USD GDP economy by 2030, which means that we need to accelerate the rate at which we make energy available, especially gas distribution and gas availability in the country. Today, I think that I will try to dimension the critical drivers and enablers for what we call full-scale energy access into about 4 major drivers. The first one will be energy security. With an abundance gas, we have to find a way to translate that gas to providing secure energy, which means 2 critical things. The first one is that we're able to create affordable energy for all people. By doing that, we can then jump our demand in terms of energy available to over 30 gigawatts within a very short time. But of course, we also know that it's important to then increase the access of our people to electricity, which means that we need to improve our rate of education from the measures less than 60% that it is today to over 90%. And so gas has to play a very fundamental role in making that transformation. But also is food security. As a country today, we estimate that by year 2100, we'll be close to 800 million people across Nigeria, and a lot of that population will be young people. So if we intend to achieve a lot of demographic dividend from that, we need to be able to translate our wealth and gas resources to providing security in terms of food, which means utilization projects, gas-based industries like urea, fertilizers, that would increase the rate at which we can distribute and supply gas within our domestic markets. And of course, enjoy the benefit of value creation across the region. And the next one is data sovereignty, and this is very important, especially in the wake of recent geopolitical tensions that we are seeing. It's beginning to affect international data infrastructures, which means that if we intend to achieve some level of data reliability, we need to begin to build capabilities like AI data centers, which is very important in the fourth revolution, industrial revolution in the world. And so as Nigeria, we think that we have all the natural resources, especially natural gas, that can enable us play a very vital role in developing our own data sovereignty, our digital capabilities, and making sure that we can play a vital role in the future of technology. And finally, transport. And I think that when I was introduced earlier, we talked about our play within the CNG space. We are beginning to see a huge pivot away from CNG to just industries, which is the traditional part, but we are seeing that CNG itself can play a very vital role in the future of mobility and auto gas. And I think that's very, very important because now with a whole lot of volatility in the international markets with regards to fuel prices, it's important that we transform our economy to a gas-centered transport economy so that we can enjoy the benefit of stable prices and drive that for autogas purposes. So I think my final slide essentially is to say, what do we need to do? As gas distribution companies, we need to begin to evolve ourselves as value chain players, not just the traditional part of supplying the molecules, but how do you collaborate with stakeholders, develop industrial hubs, such that you can begin to attract investment and then use your natural gas infrastructure to support energy supply and access. Also very important is that we need capital. Obviously, the gospel requires money. So we need to be able to get sufficient capital that would transform and build up the infrastructures that we need, connect the last mile, build up virtual pipeline infrastructures, build up new power plant infrastructures, and essentially create a robust environment. But this capital has to be low-cost capital, because today we access capital at extremely high cost of finance, and that's going to be a major challenge with regards to transforming our economy very quickly. So we need to get access to low-cost capital. FDIs, private capital should come into this space and become very robust. We also need consistent and predictable policies. I'm not sure we can emphasize that. We've talked about that already. We need to have clarity with regards to the pricing framework. We also need a lot of technical, supervision with regards to how to harmonize the entire value chain to make sure it works for everybody. And finally, security and grid integrity. We cannot have business and progress without a secured environment. So that's very, very important. And we're looking forward to a lot of collaborations that will create a secured, safe environment for our business. So let me say a very big thank you to everybody for this keynote address. I look forward to us having a wonderful session. Thank you very much.
When the money is plenty, the talk is small. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for the President and Chief Executive Officer of Tetraco Energy Group there. Just highlighting what not just the company is doing, but what the industry can be doing as well to continue to increase access to gas across our country. I mean, what if that never leaves my mind every time we talk gas? What if we have 2, 3 other NLNGs who are playing their part in the domestic gas obligation space? Of course, I know most of what they do is LNG export and all, so really what if? If those what ifs need to be avoided in the next 5, 10 years, then some of these issues we're raising today has to be addressed and addressed quickly. And I was thinking as well that would it be a bad idea for associations like this to start asking political aspirants, candidates that is, who want to rule this country, who are saying what they would do to power generation or gas, have them send their representatives of themselves into rooms like this, not to speak, just sit and listen to the industry and walk away with something your manifesto will be grateful for? Would that be a bad idea, do you think? I think we should pursue things like that. Let them just come sit in the room. You can't speak. You must not speak. If you give them the mic, they start talking about political campaigns. No, sit, listen. So I'll send someone to sit and listen. We need to move this country forward. Enough of rhetorics. We need to start seeing actions, okay? Anyways, that's my thought. Aldg did not send me that one. That's my thought. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on swiftly now from the keynote addresses, we're going to go over to goodwill messages. And the goodwill messages, we're going to be starting with the NNPC EVP for gas, power, and new energies. As you know, he's represented this morning by one of our gold sponsors, the NGML Executive Director, who is also doubling as representing their Managing Director. Please welcome Engineer Awal Ibrahim, speaking goodwill on behalf of NNPC's EVP.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me start by apologizing on behalf of Lekon Ogunleye, the EVP, Gas Power and New Energy NNPC. He's someone who's very passionate about the activities of ALDG, and we've talked so much about this day, and he was really looking forward to being here himself to deliver his goodwill message. Because of that, he doesn't want me to dilute his message, and he has given me a script to read, and I'm going to do that. And I hope I don't make any mistakes. So please permit me to read from a script he gave me. Standing on the existing protocol, it is a privilege this morning to address this distinguished gathering of the ALDG 2026 ALDG Business Forum. I congratulate ALDG for putting together this platform. This year's theme is goes to the heart of Nigeria's energy and security future. A lot of speakers here have talked about how abundant we have natural gas resource, but for us, the real test is not the size of our reserves. It is the scale of access we can create with it, the reliability of supply we can guarantee, and as well the economic value we can deliver with the reserve. So in this decade, the question is no longer whether we have gas. The question is, can we move this gas efficiently, safely, commercially, from producers to users? And I think that's something we need to answer in this forum this year. So for us in NNPC Gas Power and New Energy, it is an execution agenda. Through the NNPC Gas Master Plan 2026 and our broader gas power and new energy mandate, our focus is very clear, one of which is disciplined delivery, stronger domestic utilization, infrastructure expansion, commercial viability, and more importantly, measurable impact. We want to see gas-rich power plants, industrial clusters, households, transport corridors emerging off-grid markets in ways that support growth, affordability, and energy security. If Nigeria is to move from gas abundance to gas access, the distribution segment must be strengthened and scaled. This is why ALDG and other gas distributors are so important. You are not just downstream participants. Your role is to partner in execution, connect the last mile, unlock industrial demand. You are also meant to support city gas, LPG penetration, CNG adoption, mini LNG, deployment of virtual pipeline solutions where major transmission infrastructure does not reach. We must also be honest that there are problems, there are bottlenecks. Our challenge is not only resource availability, it is deliverability. We still face gaps in processing, pipeline connectivity, regional access, customer conversion, payment assurance, and overall economics of the serving markets outside established corridors. That is why market reform matters. We need regulatory clarity, bankable commercial structures, pricing discipline, and coordination across value chain to build more investable and demand-responsive domestic markets. We acknowledge also that no single institution can do this alone. So we must therefore support the regulators to provide certainty, incentives, and timely decisions. We must also encourage investors and financiers to support scalable and long-term capital. Our producers, transporters, distributors must work together to improve reliability, safety, and market access. For us at NNPC, we believe success should not be measured by announcements and speeches, but molecules supplied to customers, customers converted, industries enabled, and value realized. I therefore urge ALDG and whoever is participating in this forum today to focus on practical outcomes. We must focus on deepening domestic utilization, focus on expanding infrastructure, how to improve bankability, and how to strengthen industrial cluster penetration, scale LPG, PNG, and CNG markets. If Nigeria is truly to become a gas-powered economy, then access must become the measure of our seriousness. The future will not be defined simply by what lies underneath, as has been said here before, but what reaches our factories, our power plants, vehicles, our homes, our businesses. So the shift from abundance to access, that is what we must discuss today. And for the opportunity of our time, today is the opportunity that we should be discussing this access. On this note, I want to once again commend ALDG and commit for their commitment in advancing this important conversation. I wish you all a very impactful business forum, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause, speaking there on behalf of the EVP, Gas Power New Energies for NNPC, Mr. Olalekan Ogunleye. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, switching and moving swiftly, we're going to our next goodwill, and this time we're going to the office of the Director of the Decade of Gas Secretariat for his own goodwill. Please welcome Mr. Ed Obong.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure Ramatu has slides for me, but I'll just say a few words. Of course, we need to sort of recognize the presence of the Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Gas, represented by the Director of Gas, the Authority Chief Executive, the NUPRC, NNPC, EVP Gas Power New Energies, all the members of Aldg, all our operators in the local gas distribution space, both virtual and physical, the chairman of Aldg, and the ES of Aldg, and of course, I suspect we have the media in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I did come in a bit late, but I did hear a lot around most of the groundwork that has already been done, around how much reserves we have. I kept hearing 209. As at the January 2026, our gas reserves stand at 215 TCF. That's what has been signed off by the NUPRC. But I think that the reserves alone is not enough. When reserves grow from 209 to 215, sometimes you wonder whether the production has also increased. Yes, Nigeria's production has increased to about 7.5 BCF a day. On the domestic side, we crossed 2 BCF a day for the first time in Nigeria's history. That is the supply picture. It was 7.5 at the end of December. At the end of April, it's 7.85. An additional 5%, 4.7% has been added. We are heading in the right direction, supply-wise. Most importantly, also, we expect a couple of FIDs to be taken to ensure that more gas supply becomes available. We expect Total to take FID on IMA sometime this year, and maybe Tubu. Gas flare, on the other hand, percentages have reduced. That is important. I know Tetraco has been very keen on working on the climate side, even as it tries to deploy more virtual solutions. So our gas flaring percentages are in the right space. We are growing numbers, production, supply, but percentages actually reduced to about 7% at the end of Q1. A lot of that, the supply growth, it's a round of applause to NUPRC, led by CCE, Madame Eyeson. When we move quickly from the supply side, we also then begin to approach demand. And there, what has happened? As the NMDPRA indicated, our domestic demand requirements are also growing. Based on work we have done with the NMDPRA and all the stakeholders, we think that by 2030, Nigeria's demand should have approached about 15 TCF a day. A lot of that would be driven by power. Most importantly, we think that most of the gas that would be consumed would be done domestically versus export. So on the demand side, there is progress. NMDPRA continues to engage, work with various stakeholders together with the Ministry of Petroleum to ensure that there is actualization of the demand that would be required. To connect demand and supply, we need to have infrastructure. And for those who have known me for the past 3 years, I have been hammering on one critical domestic infrastructure enabler, the completion of the OB3 crossing. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a hand to EVP NMPCL, EVP and New Energies. And of course, the man out there, the NGIC MD. The OB3 completion or crossing has been safely achieved. What that means is that significant volumes of gas sitting on the east would now be able to cross into the west and potentially also feed gas into the AKK. That is real progress. We've begun to see some of that piece of work. Seplat, who achieved first gas on Ano, December, January, they flowed gas to Indorama. They're also positioning to beginning to flow some gas also once the OB3 lines becomes active. But when we talk of gas supply, demand, infrastructure, for Nigeria, there are 2 areas that we must continue to focus on a specialized basis. One is gas to power, the other is cooking gas. On the gas to power side, I would like to congratulate my sister, Jennifer at NDPHC. After over 3 years of shutdown, the Aldg power plant came back on early in the month of May. Aldg would allow an addition of about 375 megawatts into the grid. All the debts have been fixed. In addition to that, the gas lines have also been fixed. So please, a round of applause for NDPHC. That round of applause will not be complete without, of course, thanking Mr. President and the SA Energy who have continued to move on with resolving some of the power legacy issues. The bonds, first round of bonds have been sorted. The gas royalty settlements for upstream producers is well underway within UPRC. So once again, thank you for that government intervention. On cooking gas, the story is a bit mixed. Earlier part of the year, the prices were lower with the Iranian-US war. In the month of May, we began to see cooking gas prices going back up. But I sat with the A's earlier this week, and he told me, Ed, we need to sort of look at it and see what we can do to begin to bring that pricing volumes, both on the availability side and on the price, back under control. So that's additional work in progress, which would be tackled. Gas pricing itself, I think it's a round of applause to NMDPRA. I know the suppliers shouted, ALDC shouted, but I think the NMDPRA announced a domestic base price on the 1st of April. There has not been a lot of shouting since then. So I think, since there is not a lot of shouting, I think we can give NMDPRA a round of applause. That what they have done is a step in the right direction. Of course, a critical part of what we need to do is how we can get more gas into the transportation sector. And there, my brother, Barrister Ishmael, has continued to work with a lot of the virtual operators, most of them on the Aldg platform, to see how we can get more CNG dispensing stations, conversion kits. I know about 100,000. I can see them in the room. About 100,000 had been deployed, and there's still more work to be done. I flew with him to Benin last week to commission another conversion center at Diverse Automobiles. This, again, is real progress. Please, a round of applause for the PCNGR. It was important to say what has happened over the past few months, so that we do not feel that a lot of what we need to do lies in the future. The decade of gas is largely on track, mainly by continuing to ensure that there is close collaboration across all the key stakeholders. One of the big things the ALDG has continued to speak about has been financing. I think most of the ALDG people should talk to Dr. Kunle. He has managed to find money to do quite a lot of things. But I think on the government side, the MDGIF, led by my brother Wole Adama, over the course of the past 3 years, has now deployed about 430 billion naira to support 100% local midstream and downstream infrastructure projects in country. Please, a round of applause for Wole and his team. Last week, Friday, the president commissioned 4 CNG dispensing stations, one built by Ibile Oil and Gas, the other by Portland, another one by Femadec, and another by Rolling. So 2 of them happened in Lagos, one was in Abuja, one was in Owerri. Again, I was opportune to attend those events. If you require the investment required to invest in midstream and downstream, please also reach out to Wole and his team, complete the application process, and I'm sure at the right time, you would also be invited to make a business case for your investments. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the message is that gas is Nigeria's future, both on the domestic side and export. I know LDG focuses on export, but we, as Nigeria, we still need significant foreign revenues from our export market. And there, of course, we look at LNG Train 7, which is nearing completion now, maybe by next year. So we will need to continue to work both sides, but we cannot take our eyes off the ball on what needs to be done on the domestic market. Later this year, I look forward to gas getting to Abuja. Again, I'm looking at Aldg and the NNPCL team. They have solved one problem. We are now going to look to them to solve the next one. For NMDPRA, I think there have been quite a lot of noise around the gas distribution licenses. I'm looking forward to RABU to put all of that to bed so that we can move forward. On our side, we will continue to work with the Minister of State Petroleum Resources Gas, who looks at the gas portfolio end-to-end to ensure that gas will deliver the prosperity that Nigerians deserve. Thank you.
You know, when the Bible said how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell in unity, I'm sure when that verse was written, they had the decade of gas secretariat in mind, because that is what they are doing. They're ensuring that all stakeholders are dwelling in unity, are holding hands in a chain form to solve problems where they emerge, and strengthening collaboration where they exist. They deserve a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing, ensuring that stumbling blocks are taken out of the way. Onwards now to him, he did mention a number of agencies, one of which is the agency that is doing our next goodwill. Can I appeal that we just, keep the goodwills concise and let's keep moving? We'll have a number of them still to go. So let's go over now to the chairman of the PCNG and the EV, who is not here with us, Mr. Ishmael Bart. His special advisor is here to speak on his behalf. Please welcome Mr. Omo Imokwede. Imokwede. Is it Imokwede or Imokwede?
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. Barrister Ismail Ahmed, my EEC, Executive Chairman, extends his apologies. On his way here, he was summoned to the State House for an emergency briefing. So he has asked me to read his goodwill message, and I'll do that as eloquent as I can. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to extend our goodwill on behalf of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas and Electric Vehicles, PICNG and EV, at this important forum organized by the Association of Local Distribution of Gas, ALDG. I would like to begin by commending ALDG for its steadfast commitment towards advancing natural gas distribution and utilization in Nigeria. Since its inception, the association has become an important voice in promoting regulatory engagement, best practices, and infrastructure necessary to connect Nigeria's vast gas resources to homes, industries, and businesses. Today's theme, from gas abundance to gas access, reassessing Nigeria's gas distribution imperatives, captures one of the most important conversations in our energy transition journey. For decades, Nigeria has been described as a gas-rich nation, yet the challenge has always been how to translate that abundance into accessibility, affordability, and real value for Nigerians. True energy prosperity is not measured by the resources beneath the ground, but by the value they create above it. Gas fulfills its purpose only when power factories, forced transportation, Gas fulfills its purpose only when it powers factories, fuels transportation, supports enterprises, creates jobs, and improves lives. That is why distribution is so critical. It is the bridge between abundance and access, between policy aspirations and economic outcomes. At PICNG and EV, our vision aligns perfectly with this. Our mandate is not merely to promote alternative fuels, but to catalyze a new energy ecosystem built on affordability, availability, and acceptability, what I call the 3 A's. I would also like to include sustainability, energy scrutiny, and security, and also opportunity. Through the expansion of refueling infrastructure, vehicle conversion programs, training initiatives, and meaningful private sector partnerships, we are helping to move Nigeria from gas potential to gas prosperity. Just last month, we witnessed the launch of the CNG and EV Northern Corridor activation in Kano, as well as the simultaneous commissioning of 4 daughter stations in Abuja, Lagos, and Imo on May 29th, last Friday. These milestone achievements reflect our collective progress in deepening access to cleaner, cheaper energy, and they are proof that collaboration works when purpose meets persistence. The success of this vision depends on all of us. Government regulators, distributors, investors, financiers, and technology providers must continue to work together to eliminate bottlenecks, accelerate infrastructure deployment, and build a market environment that promotes investment, innovation, and most importantly, trust. We commend the ALDG for providing this platform that encourages honest dialogue about the opportunities and challenges within Nigeria's gas value chain. Such forums strengthen coordination and help us identify the practical solutions required to bring gas closer to the people who need it the most. I would also like to congratulate the association on the launch of the Downstream Gas magazine. In a rapidly evolving sector, consistent knowledge sharing is very essential. As we chart the future of our gas economy, we must remain focused on one transformative goal. That is ensuring that every kilometer of pipeline, every virtual distribution network, and every CNG or EV station brings closer to us a more productive, prosperous, and energy-secure Nigeria. I congratulate the ALDG on this year's forum and launch of the Downstream Gas magazine, and I wish you all participants a fruitful deliberation. Signed, Barrister Ismail Ahmed, Executive Chairman, PICNG and EV. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mokwede, there representing Barrister Ishmael, the chairman of the PCNG and EV. Thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. A few more goodwill messages. Again, I appeal that we'll just keep them concise so we can take them in good time. Next is the first vice president of the Nigerian Gas Association, representing the president of the association. Please welcome Mr. Fisayo Duduyemi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olufisayo Duduyemi, representing the president of the Nigerian Gas Association today, who is unavoidably absent due to schedule conflict. So I've been tasked to deliver this goodwill message for this event. On behalf of the president of the Nigerian Gas Association and its executive council, it is my pleasure to deliver this goodwill message at the second Aldg Business Forum 2026. I thank the Association of Local Distributors of Gas for the kind invitation and commend the association for sustaining this important platform for strategic industry engagement. The theme of this year's forum, From Gas Abundance to Gas Access, Reassessing Nigeria's Gas Distribution Imperatives, is both timely and important. Nigeria is undoubtedly endowed with vast natural gas resources, but the true measure of success is not the volume of gas beneath the ground. It is the extent to which that gas is effectively delivered to industries, transport systems, power plants, and households across the country. Today, the national conversation is gradually shifting from resource potential to market accessibility. This transition is essential because while significant progress has been made in the upstream gas development and major infrastructure projects, the downstream distribution segments remain the vital bridge between gas abundance and broad-based economic impact. Expanding gas access requires deeper investment in distribution infrastructure, virtual pipeline systems, storage facilities, retail penetration, metering systems, and last-mile connectivity solutions. The role of local gas distributors in this transformation cannot be overemphasized. Aldg members are uniquely positioned at the front line of domestic gas utilization through their operational reach and market proximity. They are helping to unlock industrial growth, expand clean cooking adoption, deepen energy access, support transportation reforms through CNG penetration, and accelerate Nigeria's broader energy transition objectives. Encouragingly, government policy direction continues to reinforce this agenda. The Decade of Gas Initiative, the Petroleum Industry Act, the Presidential Executive Orders, ongoing gas infrastructure expansion efforts, and increasing focus on domestic gas utilization all demonstrate growing recognition that gas must serve as a catalyst for industrialization, economic competitiveness, and energy security. However, achieving meaningful scale will require stronger collaboration across the value chain. Industry stakeholders must work collectively to address persistent challenges, which includes infrastructure financing gaps, pricing framework, and regulatory alignment. We must continue to promote policies that encourage private sector-led investment, capacity development, and innovation-driven delivery models. I join the rest of the other association in commending ALDG on its recent launch of the Downstream Gas magazine, which reflects the association's commitment to thought leadership and sector knowledge development. Platforms such as these are important in shaping industry dialogue, sharing operational insights, and promoting practical solutions that can advance the sector sustainably. The Nigerian Gas Association remains committed to supporting initiatives that deepen gas utilization and strengthen stakeholder collaborations across the gas value chain, while continuing to advocate for policies and partnerships that improve investment outcomes and accelerate the development of a more inclusive, resilient, and robust gas ecosystem. The Nigerian Gas Association, NGA, a charter member of the International Gas Union, IGU, is the apex non-partisan organization representing the varied and numerous stakeholders within the Nigerian gas value chain. We are established in 1999 to champion gas development as industry umbrella association and continue to be the lead voice and advocate of gas industry in Nigeria. As the largest gas-focused industry organization and the voice of entire gas industry, the NGA seek to improve the quality of life of Nigerians. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity before us is immense. Nigeria has both the resources and the market potential to become leading gas-based economy. The task before us now is execution, translating gas abundance to reliable access and economic opportunity. I congratulate ALDG for convening this important forum and wish all delegates fruitful deliberation and impactful outcomes. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Olufisayo Dudiemi, the First Vice President of the NGA, representing Mrs. Yetunde Taiwo, who is the GM Integrated Gas Business at First TMP, and also the President of the NGA. So thank you very much, Fisayo. And please round of applause for them and the NGA, of course. Collaboration, it's a beautiful thing, especially in this industry when you see it unfold. Another sister organization will address us. Again, I'm appealing for us to keep it as concise as possible, right? Just a few more, and we'll end the goodwill messages. This time, we're going to the Nigerian Liquefied and Compressed Gas Association, whose president, Mr. Felix Ekundayo, is not here with us, but the second vice president is. Let's welcome Bashir Abdurrahman.
Good morning, everyone. And as everyone says, let me start on existing protocol. And as the MC has appealed, I will keep my own goodwill message short, mostly because everyone has already said what I wanted to say. They've talked about financing, they've talked about regulation, they've talked about access, and there is no point repeating it. NLCGA has mostly been focused on the downstream because we were originally mostly focused on LPG, but now we have expanded to liquefied and natural gas, liquefied and compressed natural gas. as everyone has said, it is not enough for the gas to be on the ground or to keep increasing our reserves if we cannot use this resource. And in our association, we champion distribution and transportation. And the government and our sister associations and other organizations have been very helpful in helping us to achieve this. There has been a lot of talk about price volatility and availability. And the more gas is produced, the cheaper it will become, and the more stable that price will be. So congratulations to the ALDG on this forum and on the launch of their magazines, and we wish them success. Thank you.
You know, in track and field, people were running in track and field. They were running, you know, what's it called? Was it sub 9 or sub whatever? And Usain Bolt came and changed the narrative. So there goes my Usain Bolt. And I want my next two speakers to please match his record. There goes my Usain Bolt. Okay, thank you so much, Bashir. Thank you. Please give Bashir a round of applause. Thank you very much. Next, we'll take the Chief Executive Officer of Entech Power and Utilities Company Limited. Welcome, Mr. Akim Agbaje. Mr. Agbaje? Okay, Mr. Agbaje is not here. We move over to the MDC of Portland Gas Limited, Mr. Folajimi Mohammed. Is Mr. Mohammed here? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Since the speaker before me didn't come, I believe please, before I start my speech, I want to crave the indulgence of the organizers not to put me last in any speaking, because everything I wanted to say has been said already. However, I believe because I have 2 slots. All right. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, regulators, partners, ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand on all existing protocol. It is a privilege to join you today as we deliberate on a subject matter that sits at the heart of Nigeria's energy future, from gas abundance to gas accessibility. Nigeria is blessed with one of the largest gas reserves in the world. Yet, the true measure of our success will not be the volume of gas beneath our soil, but the volume that reaches our industries, powers our vehicles, supports all our businesses, and improves the lives of ordinary Nigerians. The challenge before us today is no longer one of abundance, it's one of accessibility, affordability, and distribution. We must collectively build infrastructure, partnership, and policies that will bridge the gap between resource potential and economic reality. I'd like to use this opportunity to commend the Association of Local Gas Distributors of Gas for convening this important conversation and for championing practical solutions that will deepen commercial utilization across the country. For us at Portland Gas, we remain committed to supporting federal government's energy transition by investing in gas infrastructure that expands access, creates jobs, drives industrialization, and delivers cleaner and more affordable energy to Nigerians. Let us move beyond discussing the potentials of gas and focus on unlocking it for national prosperity. I will end with this. Abundance may be our inheritance, but access must be our mission. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mo. Mr. Folajimi Mohammed is the CEO of Portland Gas. You were wondering why they put you last. You see why they put you last now. After everything that was said, you still had very good points, that you made at the end of the day. So they can put you last another day, won't be a problem because they know you are capable and equal. Thank you, Mo. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys, let's go. Double up, double up, double up, double up, double up, double up, double up. Okay, so we will take our first panel session. I will appeal to our moderator for this panel to keep to the time that I will be whispering to him when I yield the stage to him. Now, this first panel session before our break, we're looking at policy to performance, unlocking demand, industrialization, and energy security is our focus for this particular panel session. And our panelists are ready to do justice. Oh boy. All right. So okay. So we're going to do a family photo. And I'd like to call on the president of the association to please step forward here now. And all those who spoke at this opening ceremony, if you can please come forward as well. All those who spoke at this opening ceremony. Yes. Chairman. Yes. I have a handheld microphone there. Someone pass it to me. It's a handheld. Thanks. No. Yeah. Here is good. Here is good. All who spoke. Now, following this one, can I get Madam somewhere in the middle? Madam's representing minister. Let's have her somewhere in the middle, please. That's our minister today. All right, that's fine. Now, after this, I would want one rep each from our sponsoring companies. One rep each. You will just come and stand. Some of you will be. No, you just come and stand up here. After this picture, one rep each from our sponsoring company. So please take this picture. Photographers, take this one. Do you have the shot? I need a thumbs up if you do. You have it? All right, one rep. If you're a sponsor, if you're a sponsor company and your CEO or rep is here, please don't come. That's enough. But if you're not, please come. One rep from sponsoring company, one rep. If your CEO is here, that means he's represented. Don't worry, don't bother. One rep each from a sponsoring company. Please make your way here. One rep each from a sponsoring company. I have Shell Gas, I have Axela. Good morning, welcome. I have Axela, Axela is here, yes. I have Power Gas, I have NNPC, they're here. NTech, I think they're not here. PTDF, please step forward. Portland is here already. Falcon, if you're here. Highland, Blue Bob, please come. Let's do that. Our sponsors, real quick. You have it. Sir, excuse me, sir. You need to come this way because I'm in this shot where you are now. I'm in your shot. All right. So this will do. All right. We're good. Guys, we're good. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seat. Give them a round of applause. Thank you. Go back to your seat. Thank you. Onwards to our panel session we go now. But there's someone on this panel I'm not sure I've seen today. If you're representing her when I call the name, do well to join us on the stage if you're representing this esteemed individual. Okay, let's begin our panel. First off is the Chief Executive Officer of Falcon Corporation, Mrs. Audrey Jo Ezigbo. She's the one I said I've not seen today. She's online. Madam Ezigbo, a leading lady of gas, is online. Okay. Chief Executive Officer of Zenergy Group, the ones who are also playing a key part in gas distribution in Nigeria, is on our panel. Mr. Debo Fagbami, you are welcome. Please, a round of applause. Leading lady of gas, I didn't know you are a virtual speaker today. It's good to see you looking lovely in the gorgeous smile as always. Lovely to see you. Debo, please take your seat. Say again? No, you're sitting on the second one, Debo. Second one there, yes. Right there. Thank you very much. Joining them is the Managing Director of Ano Gas Company. Welcome, James Makinde. Another company delivering gas to power for Nigeria. An independent, doing us proud. Lovely to see you, Mr. Makinde. Warm welcome. Joining them on the panel is the MD of Pargas. Welcome, Sumit Singh. Mr. Singh, you're welcome. Is Sumit here? You represented? All right, that's cool. Unless you are there by your Sumit C, then it's fine. Otherwise, you're representing, right? COS to the MDC of Aradel Chief of Staff, Mojishola Iyamabo. Moji, good to see you. Welcome. Joining them is the Executive Director, Gas Power Renewable Energy for AYM Shafa, Teima Toila. Teima Toila, you are welcome. Is Teima here? Oh, Teima is coming. Teima can go that way. Your chair is right over there. That's you. All right. To drive the conversation for us, is the Managing Director of Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria, Chijioke Uzoho. Chijioke is not here, as I said before, but GM Commercial is Ode Adamade. You're welcome. No.
Good morning. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ode Adamade, GM Commercial at JCN. I've been told that we have... this is not working. So I've been told that we have 40 minutes, but we can use 30 minutes. That's what this man just whispered to me, but let's see if we can manage with the time. We have industry veterans here. I think I know everyone in the room. I've had the privilege of working with a few of them, and I have a good working relationship that has spanned a long time, close to 20 years with some. And our lady of gas, she's a veteran in the system as well. I've had plenty of industry experience with her. So, gentlemen, we would go straight into the conversation so we don't take too much of time. But let me open by saying that as far as policy is concerned, we've had the exceptional privilege in Nigeria of going through policy frameworks all the way from gas policies relating to the gas master plan from 2008, 2010, all the way to the gas master plan itself, the gas pricing regulation, all the way to the PIA. And today, I think the conversation in the room is around the fact that we do not have a drought of policies. What we need is to activate the market and accelerate what we have done so far in the interest of industrial development. So I will go straight into, sorry, my phone. I'll go straight into the question and answer session. And I will start with our Madam Audrey Jo Ezigbo, the CEO of Falcon Corporation. Madam, I'm sure you can hear us. Can you hear us from where you are?
Loud and clear. Good morning, everyone.
Excellent. Good morning, ma'am. So the question would be, Falcon has been at the forefront of gas infrastructure and market expansion for several years. From your perspective, which policy or policies have provided the most boost to the Nigerian domestic gas market? I don't know if you got me.
Oh, yes, I got that. Thank you so much, Ode. Good morning to my esteemed panelists and all the members of the audience. Please forgive me first that I'm not there. My last son is graduating in a few days, so I'm out doing mommy duties. Excellent question. Let me say that in my honest opinion, there has been no one single policy that has transformed Nigeria's domestic gas market. I think that what has happened has been that the market has moved forward based on a cumulative effect of policy interventions, fiscal reforms, pricing adjustments, and the many institutional realignments that have been layered over time. And I think it's also important to establish very early that what has happened is that each of those policies became meaningful when the commercial realities then forced their actual implementation. But the gas master plan, the Nigerian gas master plan of 2008, was clearly a game changer. It was the one that set the actual architecture for the Nigerian gas market, and it actually contained a lot of the constructs that we're all still living with today: the DGSO, differentiated pricing frameworks, the focus on GBIs, G2P, and so on and so forth. And so it created that first fundamental thinking around the fact that gas I don't know, I'm struggling. Gas development required its own focused commercial architecture, right? And so we cannot miss that. That was a great one for the country. But even as they brought in issues around DGS, so as you know, there were challenges with implementation because it wasn't just about gas availability. There was cost recovery issues. There were issues around payments, predictability, and so on. But when we think about something that really moved the industry forward from my perspective was also the issues of cost-reflective pricing. Because for us, that helped to increase and improve market attractiveness, creating incentives for those of us who are investors and others to come into the chain. We've had policies, like you said, the National Gas Policy, the Gas Network Transportation Code that brought its own open access, so many different things, leading us into the PIA, into the the decade of gas, everything. I think when you look at it from a robust perspective, what you see, like I said, is that we had different interventions, which at the point in time we began to implement. Then we saw that investors were getting the right kinds of signals and so on and so forth. So all these policies, they were necessary, but not one single one of them, if we're honest, actually confronted many of the challenges that we had and resolved it. In our sector, as you know, in distribution, those of us who are in this sector is an infrastructure business. Fundamentally, we face different kinds of challenges: logistics, aggregation, demand density, and so on. We are always facing a spread of industries and consumers across a landscape where pipelines and even sometimes virtual technology struggles to reach, right? So when I think about how this has impacted us as Falcon, what I see is that our various projects have actually been direct responses to different policy interventions based on the gaps that were there and the commercial opportunities. So when I think about our gas project in Ikorodu, it was a direct response to a last mile problem where it was difficult for the trunk infrastructure to serve that market. There was nothing to back that. When I think about our project in the Lagos Free Zone through the Optimera Consortium, it is answering a different kind of question, like how do you reliably supply an emerging industrial cluster where energy certainty is a prerequisite for attracting serious investment. When I think about what we're doing in the LPG distribution space, again, it was trying to address a penetration imperative, because when we think about that part of the market, for millions of Nigerians there, if you are talking energy transition, they are not thinking about your power sector reform. It's really about moving that household from firewood to cooking gas. So these are different projects as Falcon. They are sitting at different points of the value chain in different geographies, in different demand profiles. But the one commonality amongst them is that policy created a window, and then commercial viability made that window worth scaling through. So to directly answer your question, I think that altogether, the policies that delivered the most significant boost to Falcon and to Nigeria's domestic gas markets, they were not individual acts of legislative genius, that were operating in isolation. No, they worked because at different points in time, they were addressing the same problem, though at different angles. There was problems of aligning supply obligations, regulatory clarity, pricing reforms, flare monetization, stimulating demand into something that today now is resembling a functioning market that can begin to scale and mature. So if we go back to the gas master plan, it gave us architecture, the pricing reforms gave us that commercial logic, the PIA gave us legal and regulatory foundations, NGFCP helped us to deal with recovering molecules. Decade of Gas is giving us a more focused attention on gas as Nigeria's transition fuel and a national sense of urgency around aggregating demand, building the investments in that space. So let me just end again by saying it's not one policy, and it's important for us to note the role of policy, that policy creates the conditions, and then the market will move when the commercial viability and infrastructure are meeting in the same place in the same time. That's been our Falcon experience, and I believe it's the experience of most of my panelists. And I'll anchor that for now. Thank you, Ode.
Thank you, Madam Audrey. Thank you. So a convergence of policies, convergence of policy directions, and a lot others have been able to enable the movement of gas utilization from the perspective of Falcon. And at this stage, I'll move over to my brother, the CEO of Zinergy, Mr. Debo Fagbemi. Zinergy has been actively involved in the development of the Kwale Gas Gathering Hub, the KGG, a strategic gas aggregation and commercialization initiative aimed at optimizing supply infrastructure and unlocking stranded gas opportunities. The puzzle is how critical are aggregation hubs like the KGG in improving domestic gas deliverability, infrastructure efficiency, as well as long-term energy security in Nigeria. I think your experience in this area would help us a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ole. Okay, yeah, just 2 minutes. Yeah. First off, the KGG it appears to sound like it's an energy initiative, but the fact is that it's a hub that probably would never have been realized without the public sector involvement. So essentially, it's a private public sector partnership initiative that resulted in a world-class facility that is able to unlock access, unlock access to dimensions, unlock access into supply, and unlock market access into the market. The public sector involvement was from NGIC, the subsidiary of NNPC, which was actually driven from the leadership of the NNPC, which I want to sincerely appreciate. And of course, NCDME, they provided intervention funds that was able to allow us go over the finish line. And when you look at the English word intervention, we had our money somewhere, but when the money dried up, we had to go and say, oh boy, I beg, can you please come and put some additional money for us? So that said, the success of hubs and the impacts and the value that hubs bring into the equation is anchored on those three dimensions that you mentioned. The first, of course, is domestic deliverability of gas. So when you pull gas resources from multiple stranded producers, as it were, it gives you the benefit of security of supply and sustained volumes, so that you are able to, at any point in time, guarantee deliverability to industrial clusters, to power plants, as well as to households. And that is what we are doing at the KGG. Right now, the KGG has an opportunity to receive gas sources from 5 different fields. Right now, we have 2 that are active. Just this morning, we signed up with the 3rd injector that is going to be bringing gas into that particular hub. This is a 300 billion scof per day capacity hub that is able to inject at one point into the network. So it's a designated network entry point that is able to unlock access into the market and unlock access to supply. The second dimension that you mentioned has to do with infrastructural efficiency. Now, what the hub does is that instead of having operators or producers to replicate and duplicate multiple streams of this kind of hubs all over the place. In other words, each producer has a particular set of infrastructure to deliver gas into the network. They are able to take advantage of a consolidated or an integrated supply mechanism whereby you're able to deliver your molecules, on economics of scale basis, so that all of you share costs, you share facilities, similar to what oil operators do with general gathering facilities. So what this does is that it's able to significantly minimize your costs. Your costs are dropped significantly, as well as you are able to minimize your project delivery timelines. So a project that could take you 18 to 24 months of getting access to the market. You can imagine the company that signed up with us today, they conceptualized their design about 6 months ago. And by the turn of this month, they're going to start monetizing their molecules through the market. And the last of these dimensions you mentioned has to do with the long-term energy security, as it were. What it does here is that the moment you are able to aggregate gas through a cluster, whether or not if there is a disruption, right, on any one of your suppliers, you have the base load that all other injectors contribute into that particular bulk supply going into the network to be able to allow you to be able to continue delivering gas on a sustained basis. So overall, hubs like the KGG are able to guarantee a security of supply on the supply side, and of course provide direct access to these molecules by the end users or the last mile consumers on the demand side. So it's able to bridge the gap between supply and demand efficiently on a scale that can be managed within a short frame of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Debo. We understand that KGG is actually a project that is going to support a lot of industrialization around the area and provide assurance of gas supply. So we move over to the new bride. James Makinde, MD, Anno Gas Processing Company. Anno is a powerful company. In fact, it is looked upon right now as one of the most reliable entities for gas supply into the market, especially looking at the OB3 as well as gas supply into the northern frontier. So we believe that that is going to be a source that a lot of off-takers are going to pursue now and in the future. So ANO represents one of the major incremental gas supply projects expected to inject a robust volume of gas to the domestic market. So from a producer's standpoint, what conditions are necessary for producers to sustainably commit more gas volumes into the domestic market? 2 minutes, sir.
10 minutes, you said?
2 minutes.
10? All right. Thank you very much. So before I answer the question, I would like to maybe set the scene by saying that, there is this erroneous belief that producers don't want to supply gas into the domestic market. I would like for us to take that away from our minds. I think our market is at a point that it can actually compete with the export market. I believe very strongly that the market now offers something that the export market doesn't offer, and the producers will be willing to produce gas and supply to this market. However, we do need a couple of things for us to get to the point where producers will have the confidence to bring their product into the market. And I will categorize those things into three broad groups: infrastructure, commerciality, and regulation. So if I start with the last one, regulation, you have a situation in the country now where there are multiple regulations being churned out by all the, the regulatory authorities. I sat down recently to ask my team to, list out all the regulations that we have to adhere to. And we're counting about 63 different regulations from all sorts of places. That creates uncertainty. If I take an example of pricing, in the last 3 years or 4 years, you've seen the price of gas go up, down, up, down. And now we have a little bit of up, right? Think about that as an investor. Money likes, where a situation where there is predictability. If I'm putting money in this market and I'm looking at what I'm going to get out of it, and I'm not able to project my revenue over a reasonable period of time, nobody will give me money. No bank will finance such investment in such environment. So we have to address, stability in our regulatory environment. We have to address it if we want to bring more product into this market. And price stability is another thing. So we've changed price all over the place so much that there's nobody that will be able to sit down and project into the next year or 2 years to say, yeah, this is probably what the price of this product will be. How do you then forecast your revenue? How do you manage your cash flow if you can't, project reasonably? So I know that the regulator is trying to adhere to the principle of the PIA, but we can find a solution around it. There has to be predictability. If you want to keep the price at a certain level, keep it at that level. If you want to take it up maybe by a certain factor, do that. But let there be predictability. If there is predictability, I as an investor will look at that market and say, yeah, maybe this can work for me, and maybe it cannot work. Then you can now start talking about enabling things the federal government can do to enable investment. But you need to start from that point where people can reasonably project into the future. And it doesn't have to be a 20-year forecast. 5-year, 10-year stability that people can, reasonably look at the price and look at the framework and say, yes, this is where the market is going. So that is essential. And it's one of the things that is affecting the development of gas that comes into the market. So the export market that you're competing with, you don't have that situation. And you're producing in the same country. So you have clear line of sight to what you can project if you sell your product into the export market. Why can't we have a bit of stability in the domestic market? So that's one aspect. The other aspect is infrastructure availability. And earlier speakers have talked about things that are now changing on the market, and all kudos to NGIC for the OB3 crossing. But there's quite a lot more in that space. So we focus so much on the road to market, right? The product is already processed, so let's take the product to the market. But all these figures that we have seen people mention, 209 TCF, 235 TCF, whatever figure it is, most of this reserve are sitting in places where really there's no route to market. Some of those places or the license holders, if they do their economics, most of the projects will not be viable. So an entity like Zenergy is coming in now to see if they could pull people together. But we have to go a bit higher than that. So if you look at the export market, you have the OGGS that you can tie into. You have the GTS that you can tie into as a producer. So you do not have to make the early investment that in processing before you start targeting the market. Why can't we have a situation where we have aggregator for unprocessed gas gathering system that brings gas to central places? Most of the processing facilities that we have in the country are underutilized. There's no gas coming into them. They don't have enough resources to fill them up. Meanwhile, there are resources and reserves all over the place that are not developed because they can't get the money to build the infrastructure or the processing facility. Can we have a body, an agency, an authority, I don't know, whatever we call it, that pull and gather all the gas from these various fields, pull them into a central place, call it hub, call it whatever name you want to call it, but bring them to a place where those products can be processed in a central place, have tolling arrangement for it, have tolling arrangement for processing, and then you will open up the market. So if we can address some of those things, then the last one, the sanctity of contract, is at the heart of what is causing, what is really preventing the growth of gas in our market. The sanctity of contract. If I have a customer today that says it's a power company, I will be asking a lot of questions before I get into conversation with that entity. Of course, I want to give gas to power sector. I want to supply gas to the sector, but I want to also have the reliability and a line of sight to my revenue. Otherwise, I have banks that I have to pay, and they will take over my business if I don't meet my obligations. So those, for me, are the critical things that we have to find a way to address. If we are able to pull together and address those, I think the market is ready to grow. I'll pause there
Thank you. Thank you, MD Ano. Reliability and predictability, very important. So we'll quickly move to the MD Power Gas. The puzzle is around power gas in the CNG distribution and virtual pipeline solution business. A lot of interest in that area today. It's like a second hub at the moment. So it would be interesting to hear from you because you have been actively involved in that space. How do you see the CNG and virtual gas delivery systems reshaping industrialization and energy accessibility in Nigeria over the next few years?
Okay. I'm not the MD of Power Gas. I'm just head of strategy. I'm only representing it. So, okay, so initially, we've always seen the virtual solution, as a virtual pipeline, as a stopgap. NMDPRA, the ACE had mentioned it, decade of gas. In fact, even the gas master plan itself has finally captured a virtual solution as, you know, one of the enablers of the gas utilization. But while it started as just a stopgap, and we've done this for what, over 14 years now. So clearly that gap is really wide, and we plan to continue doing this. We noticed as well that with the current tension in the Middle East, right? And of course, when the petroleum, where fuel subsidy was removed, and there was what you call a liberalization of the markets, right? That itself bettered PICNG, and now PICNG and EV is seriously canvassing and promoting the adoption of CNG as a fuel. But now, even with the Electricity Act of 2023, we realize that beyond just even transport and industrialization, even the power sector now is a new client, you know, because initially we used to send gas virtually to private IPPs. But as it stands now, states are also able to generate their own power. And by doing that, they don't have to necessarily develop those solutions around where pipelines exist. That is something that, as long as there's a road access, you know, you can virtually get the gas to meet that demand. And so the future of industrialization for us, what we see is, we see CNG, LNG playing within that space of providing that fuel for both transportation, industries, and potentially even the power sector. Let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I also think that the intervention of CNG and such virtual solutions will continue for a long time. So let's see how that plays out. So Mojisola Iyamabo, the COS to the MD Aradel. Aradel has evolved significantly within the industry, In fact, Aradel is a very big guy right now. From your perspective, how important is strategic collaboration across the upstream, midstream, and downstream players in accelerating domestic gas utilization?
Thank you very much, Adamade, and good morning, everyone. I think big guy is very relative, but I'll leave that. Collaboration is not an option. It's not something you choose to do, particularly in our industry. And I think that Aradel's involvement over the years is a good case study. We're a vertically integrated company. When we started production more than 20 years ago, we produced both oil and gas. But all the gas that we produced, we flared it. And what that told us was that was just half of our journey. We needed to move the gas to where it would create value. So what did we do? It was collaboration. We looked at where the gap was. The gap was midstream, and the gap was getting a good market. And then we went ahead, developed a 100 million SCOF per day processing gas plant. And then we went to look for off-takers that could take the gas at commercially viable prices. And today we've been supplying gas to the domestic market for more than 15 years. But why is why is collaboration important? We must always remember that, it's very difficult to store gas. And it is a chain, meaning that there are links. And a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Right? So we need to collaborate to ensure that the chain is whole. And it's only when that chain is whole that we deliver value. If you think about the issues we've had as a country, whether it's gas flare, why do people flare gas? It's because one, either there's no infrastructure, or there's infrastructure and it's not accessible. Or if you think about what has happened with stranded projects or projects that have been abandoned, it's because maybe there are no bankable off-takers. So collaboration is key to ensure that that value chain remains whole and it delivers the desired outcomes that we're looking for. Secondly, the gas industry is high risk, high reward. And with collaboration, what you can do is to allocate risk to parties that are best able to bear that risk. And some of the panelists sitting on this table are good examples of how they have collaborated and how collaboration has helped to ensure that projects have even become more robust and the whole ecosystem has become more resilient. I'll give an example, Seplat, what you're doing with ANO. It was a collaboration with NGIC. What Falcon is doing with Optimera, it was a collaboration with FHN as a gas producer, Endo Western as a gas producer, Lagos Free Trade Zone as a bankable off-taker, and themselves as a gas distributor. Then lastly, I feel like collaboration is also an enabler, is an accelerator. So most people feel like, oh, I don't want anyone to take my cheese, only me, I'll go and do it, I'll do everything. But no, we can have all the policies, we can have all the executive orders. Collaboration would help to accelerate what we're trying to achieve. So I think we need a mindset shift around collaboration. And I think the conversation going forward is not whether collaboration is important. It's important. It's what should be the collaboration frameworks that we should be taking forward over the next few years to ensure that we're moving from indeed abundance to access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mojisola. Indeed, there's no decoupling collaboration within the value chain, and it's important that we hold on to that. So AYM Shafa Holdings. You know, when you hear of AYM Shafa, a lot of Nigerians, what will quickly come to mind is the fleet of stations that you have spread across the country. But I'm happy that entities like AYM Shafa, AA Rano, and the rest are also coming into the downstream and making a good play there. So straight to the point, AYM Shafa operates across multiple sectors with increasing exposure to energy demand. From a consumer and industrial perspective, what are the key factors businesses consider before transitioning towards gas-based energy solutions? AYM Shafa, quickly, we have less than
6 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Udi, and thank you, ALDG, for having me. Good morning, audience. I'm the last speaker, so I believe I can use all the rest of the time. Okay. From a consumer and industrial perspective, the decision to switch to gas-based energy sources is driven by a few considerations. Some could be economic, it could be operational, it could be regulatory/compliance, it could be several other factors. But one of the key drivers, I believe, is economics. If you run an industry today, or you run a fleet of trucks today, and you run on diesel, what's the price of diesel today? If you want to switch to gas, say CNG, what's the price of CNG today? So if you do the maths, you understand that that decision to switch will be very swift because the economics matter. Industries and consumers look for ways to save cost and to optimize their profit. So the economics are very key. And that factor will be how much will it cost to make that switch? As an industry operator, you power your plant maybe with generators, diesel generators, and you want to switch to gas today. How much will it cost to change that gas generator to a diesel generator to a gas generator? How much will it cost to switch that boiler or that fleet of trucks to gas? So the economics are the key factor. Economic is a key factor that determines whether or not consumers will switch to gas-based energy solutions. Another factor is operational. You want to ensure accessibility and reliability of supply. If you don't have pipelines or virtual solutions that can deliver gas to your industry reliably, you're not going to switch. No matter how good the numbers are, the operational considerations are very key. You must ensure reliability of supply. If I'm to change my fleet of trucks today from diesel to CNG, I'll be asking myself, where will I fuel the trucks if I run out of CNG in transit? So even today, we have a lot of CNG trucks that we've deployed, but we deploy them along routes where we are assured of stations to fuel them. So the operational issues are very key, and consumers and industrial customers will always look at them in making their decision. Another key thing is beyond the switch costs, regulation, government incentives, and policies also help. We all can see the impact of the removal of fuel subsidy on the CNG market today. My fellow panelists talked about it here. We can see the impact of the PCNGI on the CNG market. Most commercial drivers today have switched to CNG because it's cheaper. Talking to drivers across the streets, they tell you that, look, I better spend a bit more time taking CNG and then spend fewer hours running my taxi than running on PMS. Because within the few hours I run on CNG, I make a lot more money than when I run on petrol. So this is very key. And beyond the economics, beyond the operations, there are also ESG and regulatory concerns. So for many industries today, it's not just about cost or reliability of supply. The ESG goals and targets are also very key. You want to run your company in a more sustainable way. You want to ensure that you are environmentally friendly. You want to ensure that you are compliant. And these things determine, to a large extent, that decision to switch to gas, which is a very much environmental friendly fuel. Another thing again is long-term considerations. If I switch today, would the policy environment, would the regulation allow me to continue to enjoy this decision I've made in the long term? How much profit will I make if I commit funds into infrastructure to enable me make that switch? So all these will come to bear, and everyone in this room, I'm sure, connects to these things I've mentioned. If it's not economics, the operational, the regulatory, the policy, all of these will influence largely that decision to transition from traditional fuels to gas. For we at AOM Shafa, we see these factors as key opportunities. We leverage on them to make our investment decisions. We try to tap into the market and exploit opportunities while providing service for ourselves and for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Driven by certain triggers, there's a need for that kind of switch. So we would not have the liberty of time to go into a second round of questions, but I'll quickly call on three persons, MD Ano, MD Zineji, COO Zineji, and Audrey. Just your thoughts on a particular topic that I think that there's a need for some conversation around it. What do you think about the incursion of coal and the possibility surrounding coal vis-a-vis our gas trading?
So that's an interesting.
Please, only 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. But here's what I see. I think the market can accommodate it. I think where we are, there is the competition that brings actually drives us. We can talk about environmental impact and or whatnot, and that should be a focus. But I'll leave that to the regulatory authorities to deal with that. But at the heart of it, I do not think it pushes our product out of the market. It can be complementary to what we're doing. If coal is properly refined, and we call it clean coal, it can actually be useful. But I don't think that the coal incursion into the sector actually affects our business. Although I do talk to the last mile distributors and they see it as a challenge, but I do not see it as a challenge. I think it's actually forces us to think about pricing to the last mile.
Thank you.
That is the driver. That for me, that's the focus.
Thank you. Debo, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I share very similar sentiments. The people in the other side of the world who talk about clean energy, right? If you go to Europe, quite a number of them are still utilizing coal as a significant energy resource. So if we have coal here, I think there's still a little bit of room for it within the concept of the energy mix, right? It's not necessarily going to be a threat to gas as a fuel resource or as an energy resource. But like James said, it's going to be more or less complementary to it. And we have coal in Enugu State. I think there's a bonus of coal supply there. So my own take is that, look, if you grow your own weed, you better smoke it, right? And try and get some value from it, no matter how little it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lastly, Madam Audrey, just your comment on this.
Thanks, Ode. Yeah, so here's how I see it. I agree with the previous speakers that there's an opportunity that coal has, because it is a resource we have that we see the more developed world still leveraging on, even amidst the conversation about clean energy. And so for me, it's a stewardship conversation. It is also a regulatory conversation. Does it impact on last mile distribution? Most definitely. And why is that? I think it's because also we are largely working within infrastructure that's already delivered and deployed, for which in some places and cases full recovery has not happened. And then you're now talking of contractual sanctity, because it's beginning to impact on the same sets of consumer, so offtake is shifting. So I want to situate coal not in a distribution-specific narrative, but from a more national perspective, which is how do we scale up the level of industrialization in Nigeria? How do we attract more heavy industry across different facets and the geographical spread within Nigeria, such that rather than thinking about a cannibalization effect within the few industries that do exist and are being served by the current distributors, both PNG, CNG, and the like, and how do we build a more robust industrial landscape that creates available options for a more robust competition that the nation benefits from? So it's stewardship, it's regulatory oversight, but beyond the gas industry in specificity, I think this is a national conversation so that we are able to think through reindustrialization of the nation and creating then that landscape for a more robust set of energy alternatives that ultimately has Nigeria leveraging more and more of its resources for economic growth and advancement. I hope that answers the question, Ode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in closing, I want to thank all the panelists and to state to all of us that Nigeria's energy future will not be defined by the abundance of gas resources alone, but by our collective ability to build commercially sustainable structures capable of converting those resources into accessible, reliable, and bankable energy solutions for industries, for businesses, and for Nigerians. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I get my son back? Okay. Just give me a second. We have some appreciation packs to give you as a culture of saying thank you to you for sparing the time to share your insights and wisdom with us. Chairman Aldg, sir, Mr. Alabi, if you can join me on stage to present this to our panelists before they take a family picture with you and we close the panel. Just come to me. Please give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for. Let's begin with the moderator and just go down that way. Thank you very much. Is he named? They say his name. Just telling me that. Okay, this is for Debo. All right, let's go, Debo. Debo, thank you for your insight. Thank you very much. So who do you have next? Just give me. Sumit is not here. Sumit is here. Sumit. Give me Sumit. Sumit is being presented. Okay. This is for James. James, thank you very much. No. Don't go here to do a family photo. Don't go here. Just take and sit down. Sumit Singh as represented. Just give me a second. Sumit, please step forward. Sumit as presented. Can I have the next one? Moji Iyamabo. Mother would come. Is that it? What is that your name? Oh my goodness. A lot of similarities between Edo and the Yoruba land anyway. Tehima. I'm back. Nsu. All right, sure. And now for Chijioke as presented by Ode. Thank you very much. Say again. Falcon. Do you have Madam Ode, because she's online, it will be sent to her. They didn't bring it out. It will be sent to her. It's not here now. They will send it to her. It's not here. Thank you very much. You will just wait for the picture. Please take a family photo. Okay, please go ahead. Take the photo here. Madam Audrey, I wanted to ask you to buy me a ticket to bring it to you, but your staff is here. So please
Richmond,
join
check your email.
I like that. Lady in red, please join. Yeah, family photo, please. Family photo. I will check my email, my will. Okay. So following this picture, we're going to go on a tea break for about 20, let me be honest, 30 minutes, right? We'll have 2 7 points. 2 7 points. One is at the dining hall, straight down this foyer at the end of it for the distinguished delegates. Then as you go somewhere in the middle, you see a door on your right. That will be for speakers and for VIPs. If in doubt, our ushers will guide you. Speakers, VIPs, we go to the VIP dining area just down the foyer to your right. But for the distinguished delegates, yours is straight down the foyer at the end of the hall. I'll see you back at 1 p.m. when we will do the launch of the magazine. A lot has been said about it today. And then our final panel session for today to draw the curtains for this 2026 Business Forum. 1 p.m. is our return time to this hall. Endeavor to be back at, say, 1:25, so we can commence at 1:30. Thank you very much. Bon appetit, and I'll see you at 1:30.
So we're talking to ANOH Gas.
yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 Okay, okay. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. One, two. Okay.
we'll have enough quorum to start the technical. Let's cue the music. Thank you very much. We'll have enough quorum now to get the second and concluding part of today's business forum on the way. Can we take out this humming sound, guys? So the humming sound it wasn't here when we started. Okay. So earlier today, a number of speakers made reference to, thank you very much. A number of speakers made reference to the magazine that Aldg wants to unveil and launch and introduce to the industry today. We will start this second part of our event with that launch, and I'm told that I have only 2 board members of the association left in the room, and that will be the chairman and the ES. If I understand correctly, the deputy chairman has gone. Okay, deputy chairman is still around. Kunle is still around. Okay. And you are representing Bobo. Okay. That leaves me with 4 board members. So 4 board members and the director mid and downstream of the ministry will be doing us the honor of unveiling this magazine. And this is what we're going to do, quite simply this. Following that unveiling, we'll proceed to the final panel for today. So I would have, what did I say? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I will have you come this way, right? A video is going to play. A video is going to play, and at the end of that video, you will then unveil the Tosin, if I can see you 1 minute, please. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. The association seeks to disseminate technical information, help industry professionals build capacity, and of course, become an item of interest on the coffee tables of many institutions and companies. So what is going to come out now will become like the voice of the downstream gas in Nigeria's gas space. Ready à tout partager? Tu vois? J'attends. So, what we're doing now is to unveil. As I said, the director will be joined by the chairman, the executive secretary, and the 2 other board members who are here, Shell, Nigeria Gas, and Tetraco. But you can't stay here. For this particular assignment, you can't stay here. It's not even remotely possible. Can you pull this back a bit? I don't want any of my girl, madam, tripping. You can get the tape again. Just pull it back a bit. Yeah, you can, or you can use, I'm sure you can still use that one. Good man. Good man. Yes. Good man. Good man. All right. Okay. Oh, come on, Tosin. He's waiting to come. Okay. Hey, Bruno. What you read? Okay. But they will play when I tell them to play. All right, Chairman, please. Madam Ikema, please, ma, if you can come this way. Chairman, please come this way. ES, where's ES? Please come this way. And the representative of Shell Nigeria Gas, please come this way. Yeah? I will. No. He is here, sir. I will tell you what to do. Just give me a second. I will come down. Please come this way. Where's Tetraco? I thought they said Kunle was still here. Olakunle is not here again. Okay. Okay, so we are unveiling the magazine, right? See. So you're facing this. Okay. Eh? You. Yeah. So let him guide you. Tell them. When you hear my voice, say pull, you pull. Arjun, let me know that we're on the same page once you're done briefing them. Arjun, are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? Can I go? Technical. So, sir and ma, I'm going to play the video. You will hear me tell you pull, so you pull at the end of the video, right? It's the unveil of the magazine that has been talked about a lot throughout today. Technical, hit your video. Pull now. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Executive Secretary, Mr. Kadri will say a few words about the magazine. Please, after the picture, you can take your seat. The ES will come join me here and say a few words after the magazine and after the launch of the magazine, and then I would talk a bit more about it. I will proceed to our panel session. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's a downstream gas inside Nigeria order is what this edition is looking at. So the ES will talk to us briefly about this before we get to the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Good afternoon. A whole lot has been said already about the ALDG and about the downstream magazine, which we have just unveiled. My name is John Kediri. I am the Executive Secretary of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas and also the MD CEO of Alpha Mass Value Energy and Renewable Limited. All speakers today have alluded to the fact that the oil and gas business is a value chain. All speakers today have alluded to the fact that in this business, collaboration is necessary. That has been epitomized by the structure and the contents of the panels that we have had in this year's business forum. Same has been replicated in our magazine this year, looking at policy, regulation, operations, challenges, solutions, especially challenges that have been surmounted by indigenous and local companies in Nigeria. From upstream to midstream and even to downstream, where members of my associations are participating and helping to deepen the utilization of gas safely for the progress and development of our country. Our downstream magazine has x-rayed upstream events, midstream, and our downstream operation to cement that collaboration that we have spoken about, to also deepen the value chain relationship. And that is what you see in the people who are here today. A whole lot has been written, including my editorial, including the interview, and all others. I will not bore you with any further speech. Please avail yourself a copy of our magazine to see how knowledge has been deepened by the ALDG and will continue to do with your support and collaboration. There is no free lunch. It has cost us money. Thanks to our sponsors who have enabled it, and I trust our MC will do some good work to see how this magazine can circulate wider for the betterment of humanity and deepening our industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kadri. Okay, so what he has said is, you know, somebody was handing me a religious book earlier late last month. And then he said, this book is free. And then I said, it's not free. He said it's free. I say it's not free. Because somebody has paid for it. That's why you think it's free. Because I know these things very well, right? So that is what he's saying. That these magazines would go to places within and beyond this industry. Now, when magazines of this nature is put together, it is put together to disseminate association information. It's also put together to help the industry, especially young professionals, build capacity. It is put together as well to allow the leaders of the industry learn what the others are doing and also share their own perspective. Or we need to get these magazines, we need to give it wings to fly, we need to give it legs to work into these offices, into places where this sector of the industry is studied as well. So what we're doing this afternoon, we're not taking too much time from it. I have ushers who are standing by. We need you to support the association with, you know, the purchase of this magazine. Now, for members, corporate members who are here, we're hoping that with a minimum of 100,000 naira, you can purchase copies of this magazine. Now, you can decide to say, you know what, how much did it cost to publish this entire magazine? And I say, for instance, it's 100 million. So as our company will give you 200 million, we'll welcome it. Yeah, you can do that. You can actually do that. We will very well welcome it. But other than that, you can just go ahead on behalf of your company or as an individual. If an individual needs a copy right now, the individual is going to get a copy for what? What is that? Is it 20,000 or 50,000? Huh? 50,000. The individual is getting a copy for 50,000. Now, this is the copy, the launch copy, right? The launch prize, rather. So we want to see you, you know, getting these things. I mean, yeah, it is not 50,000 is not up to the money you would use to hang out with your friends later this evening. We're saying instead of buying 10 bottles, just buy 5 and give us the money for the other 5. It's something like that, right? But anyways, just support the association by purchasing these magazines. We're not asking you to mention figures to us, no. Well, that's why we're giving this pledge cards. I'm sure you have account ready to receive funds. I'm talking to the association now. Yes, you have account ready to receive funds. If you want to write a check, you're welcome to do so. If you want to swipe a POS, I'm sure there will be one available somewhere. These days, everything happens on a very ready footing. So please, if you indicate interest, let any of our ushers get to you. We're hoping to see, and nobody is responding. You don't want this association to sell this magazine. We should just print it. How many copies we have in the room here? We have like how many copies? How many copies are in the room? Yes. How many copies are here? 50. 50 copies. I thought you said 500. 50 copies. There's only 50 copies, ladies and gentlemen. Only 50 copies. So I am looking. Now, there are companies here. There are companies here. Some of you are our sponsors. Thank you for your sponsorship. But please, can you take copies of the magazine? Can you take copies of the magazine? Come. See the man representing EVP. Give him a form. That's an NPC. They can buy the whole thing, but let's just give him a form. Let him just fill the one that they want to fill. Give him a form. Give him a form. The man cleaning his face. He's cleaning his face. He's cleaning his face. Give him a form. See this man here. Behind you. COO. Yes, give him a form. Synergy. Give him a form. You're filling. Give him 2 forms. Give him 2 forms. The NNPC man, give him 2 forms. Give the NNPC man 2 forms. The NNPC man you gave form, give another form. Sir, first form is for you, 50,000 for a copy for you. The second form is for Synergy, 100,000 as a company. The same thing goes to the Oga there. Give him a form. Where is the man represented my brother, Chijoke? Where's Oche? Adamadi, where's Oche? Aya, come. I know, come now. See share Nigeria Gas there. Give them form. See share. Give share a form. Then come back after. See him there, the fine man there. This fine man where we are fine suit. Give who I say make you give. He go give who he won't give. Give who I say make you give. Give him another one. Give him. Don't give who he won't give. Aya, come this side. Give Isaiah your 2 form. If I give Isaiah your 3 for your company, for NGA, and for yourself, give him 3 now. If I'm telling you something, do what I'm telling you. I know my people know me. Chapel Denham. That's a very big company. There's a rep from that company here. Give her form. Look at her there. The woman with the smile. Now you don't pass. Stop. If former win, see her. See. No. Go. Give her form. Give her form. All of them on that line, give them form. Everybody on the front row, give them form. Everyone on the front row, give them form. Give them form. Then come to chairman. You give chairman. See chairman here now. You give chairman 1 for Axela Gas, 1 for the Axela Group, 1 for himself. So you're giving chairman 3 forms. You're giving chairman 3 forms. Yeah. Now the next row, go to the next row. This is my brother here. He looks like a Venezuelan, and I hear in Venezuela there's so much money there. Give him form. Because of our panel, let me not take too much time because of our panel. I will pause now, but please, ladies and gentlemen, get the forms. Those of you at the back, I wish I have more time. Everybody here now. You get a form and you will contribute to what we're doing here. Remember, bring out your chairs. Thank you very much. Bring out your chairs. Remember, we're doing this with the association. It's not going into private pocket. It will aid the association in doing the advocacy work that the association does. It's more like you're giving the association wings to fly. And as they continue to fly, they will keep remembering the impact you have made in giving them wings to fly as high as they would go in the advocacy work and in helping the industry build capacity. Of a truth, we need associations like this to continue to create technical knowledge and disseminate information, which is critical for our development as an industry. So again, congratulations to the association and thank you to all who have pledged and who will pledge. There's Dr. Joy Ogaji somewhere. Give her form. They use gas, even though I know they're owing them a lot of money. Where's Dr. Joy Ogaji? Come and see her. Come and see her. Come, you are closest to her. Auntie, you are closest to her. Come. Just follow my lead. Walk on this aisle. Until I say stop, you stop. Keep going. Stop. Enter that lane. And no, enter the lane. Joy is a woman. Dr. Joy is a woman. Keep going. It's not a man, it's a woman. Keep going. I give her. She's the one. Okay, you were saying no. Okay, is it the 50,000 or the 100,000 you are saying no for? Give Oga form. I wasn't going to come to you, but the way you said no is as if I was distributing epilepsy. Oga field. Even if you are a member of Oga field. It may look like I was distributing. I was not doing epilepsy. It's form. Oga, take it easy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much for cooperating. Thank you immensely. The association appreciates you. We're going to go quickly now into the panel session, which is the last of our panel for today. After that, we'll give you a brief bullet points of the communique, a vote of thanks from the executive secretary, and perhaps one final photo will follow, and that will be all. Then we'll dismiss, proceed to lunch. After lunch, we can then proceed to your other activities. But if you are a member of the association, after lunch, the annual general meeting of the association will take place, and it's strictly for members. If you want to join the meeting and you're not a member, I think is it 5 million or 2 million? I don't know. To become member, is it 5 or 2 million? Okay, small money. So if you're interested in joining the meeting, you can do that 2.5 today and you're welcome to join the meeting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us move over now to building a bankable gas ecosystem. Infrastructure, capital, and market design is what we are spotlighting now. There you go. All right, let's begin with our first panelist on this side of the podium, Managing Director, Shell Nigeria Gas, Raf Bobo. He's not here, as I said earlier, represented by Head Gas Distribution for Shell Energy. Please welcome Chukwuka Amos Ejesi. Chuk, you're coming this way. The second one here to my right. The second one to my right. Okay, joining Chuka on the panel, I'd like to welcome the President and CEO of Tetracor, Olakunle Williams, who saw earlier, but he's been represented this time by Assistant Manager Strategy and Corporate Planning, Ruben Ofeimo. Ruben, you're welcome. Ruben, did they give you form? Come on, where are you? Bring form for Ruben. Now you are giving Ruben one for Olakunle, one for Ruben, one for Tetracor, 3. Give him 3 forms. Give him 3 forms to come back. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. All right, CFO Axela is here. Yetunde Demoren. Yetunde, please join us on the podium. A round of applause. Where is Yetunde? Please join us. Thank you very much. That's the Central Bank of Axela. All right. ED is now here in his own capacity. Distribution for NGML. Awal Ibrahim, you're welcome to your seat on the panel. I have not seen Ritu Sahajwala here. Is she represented? She's represented. Please step forward. Thank you very much. Ritu is the MD Greenville LNG. Okay, they don't give you form. How many? Can you make sure his form is 3? I'm not joking. 1 for Ritu, 1 for him, 1 for Greenville. Make sure his form is 3. Ritu will even give more than 100,000. I know her very well. She's such a delectable, CEO. Okay. On the panel as well is Head Strategy and Business Development for Layer 3, Adenike Grillo. Adenike, you are welcome. Adenike, can they strategically give you 2 forms, please? Strategically give her 2 forms. Thank you very much. Okay, completing it is our session panel moderator. Please welcome Director Chapel Hideham Ifoma Fini. Reliable, capable, always is Ifoma Fini. And I'm counting on that again today. So you all have your microphones? Ifoma, the show is yours. Please be sure your mic is working before I get off stage.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. It's working before I get off stage. Is it working? All right.
Hello.
There you have it. Please take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to panel 2. I am delighted to be your moderator for this panel session themed Building a Bankable Gas Ecosystem, Infrastructure, Capital, and Market Design. Okay, so before we start, so we have heard, at least I've sat through all the sessions. Nigeria has gas, correct? Over 200 trillion cubic feet of gas. But what is the real question? And that's what a lot of people have said today. How do we translate that into industrial growth, energy access, as well as economic value? Okay? And that requires 3 things. I think this panel actually addresses, the question that people have had. We need 3 things: infrastructure that will connect demand to supply, capital that can be deployed at scale, as well as the market frameworks that will create confidence, that will drive investment and growth. So I'm really delighted to be joined by a distinguished set of panelists who are going to go into how we can connect these 3 pillars: infrastructure, capital, and market design. Okay, so let's go on. I know that there's some people that are representing. I think I got some names. There's Chuka, right? There's Ruben. Who's representing Greenville? Moses. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'd like to start with Shell. This Chuka, right? Okay, so Shell has been very vocal about the network code as a central policy tool, noting that full implementation and a stable network where investors can actually recover returns, would bring would bring more players into the space. So from Shell's experience, what are the conditions that have most accelerated domestic gas utilization? And what other tools and mechanisms are still missing? About 2 minutes. I want us to go to at least 2 rounds of questions. So just keep it concise, share your experiences. Thank you.
Thanks. I think can you hear me? Yeah, good. Okay. I think the previous panel also talked about it. So I'll try to just build on what they've already said. Everyone's talked about availability of gas and the need for reliability of gas. I think the third leg of that as well has been spoken about as the policy side of it, the importance of stability with respect to policy, the importance of having the right regulatory frameworks. But in terms of what is missing, I think it's a bit of the sense of urgency. And what I mean by that is we did hear the director of the Decade of Gas talk in the morning. And if you think about the Decade of Gas, it started, I think, in 2021, and it should end by the end of 2030. Now, we're right in the middle of it. So if you do a bit of math, 10 years is about 3,650 days. So we are maybe 1,700 days left. Why, and this leads into your question about what we need. Because every session, every conference, every panel that I have been to, we still talk about potential and what we have and how we need to utilize that. And we don't have we don't have a large window to do that. If you think about what is happening with the Middle East in terms of how it is accelerating the energy transition, if you think about what is happening across the world in terms of AI, where all the investment capital is being drawn towards that, I think the big missing factor for us in Nigeria is how do we make sure we have that sense of urgency so that we can take advantage of this window that we have. I'm not so sure how much capital we can draw in maybe another 5-10 years towards a lot of the things that we're talking about, whether it's infrastructure or whether it's investment into the different phases or the different value chains in gas. So I think that's the first, I think that for me is the missing link.
Thank you.
Sense of urgency to get from potential to actually realizing the gas utilization we talk about.
Okay, thanks for that. So urgency to actually move towards the potential. Okay, so let's go to Tetraco. Ruben, so I listened to the coordinator for Decade of Gas, and he was saying people should speak to Tetraco about the money. So Tetraco has closed major deals and attracted capital in the market that many investors are still looking at cautiously. So what are 2 or 3 things that Nigeria's gas sector must do to decisively shift investor perception and unlock the next wave of capital?
All right, thank you very much for that. I like to say at Tetraco, we have evolved our thinking about how we see the local market and the local space, and also how we see our position as one that's not just a local infrastructure player anymore, but a value chain player. And when we say value chain player, it means that we've evolved our strategy to look at how we can create value in the market and in the space where we play. And I believe that that it becomes important that as local distribution companies and as players in this space, that will be something that will become paramount for a lot of us to grow our market and to grow our ecosystem. Gone are the days where we had patient capital, where we could get access to capital and just lay the pipeline and wait for the markets to come. It's become important that at the same time you're developing your infrastructure, you're also co-developing your market as well. And so it means that there has to be an efficient and effective development of projects centered around actionable market, right? At the end of the day, investors want to see a route to the end of the money, right? And so as a local player, you just lay in a pipeline and telling them, oh, this is going to happen over 7 years. They are no longer comfortable with that. And so we have to also come in and bridge that gap and to a certain extent de-risk those projects. Second is we're seeing this growth and this explosion of AI. And it's important that AI is built on the bedrock of data, right? And so as an industry, we have to move away from the fragmented data process that we're having and collectively have a universal source of truth. One of the most important things that a universal source of truth does is it gives investors and external observers confidence, because they know that if they go at any point in time to check how is this industry performing, they have accurate data and accurate information to guide decisions around capital allocation within that particular industry. And so for us to be able to leverage the growth of AI, leverage innovative tools, it's important that we also move away from a fragmented data source of truth and come into a holistic source of truth, where as an industry we can see where we are and we can also chart an actionable course to where we want to be for that. And then lastly, I would just say around efficient capital deployment. We have to move away from our previous tradition of setting up and I think that's one thing that Tetraco is doing with its urea project and gas to liquid project, designing projects that are effective to go to the market to meet particular demands.
Okay, thanks for that. Thank you. So I like that about bankable projects. So I work in, the finance space, and, investors are looking for bankable projects. Lenders are looking at cash flow, really not potential. So thank you for that. I'd like to go to Bukola as well, still on capital, because I think, that is something that's quite critical. So vehicles like the Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund, where I work, have emerged to provide long-term capital for infrastructure. Now, from Axela's experience, how critical is that type of capital for gas infrastructure? And what specific terms, structures, or conditions would make it truly work for developers at scale?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, the nature of our industry, right? Gas is a very capital-intensive industry, if you all agree with me. And most of the capital also are required to be deployed upfront. Meanwhile, you find that the cash flows are more extended, into the future. So to be able to manage risk properly and ensure that, the business is not unduly exposed, we need more long-term capital to align with the cash flow profile of the companies. It is also important, another thing you didn't mention is that most of this capital are also local currency denominated. That is also important because the cash flows from these gas operations are usually Naira, pegged at the Naira. And so that, the company is not unduly exposed to FX exposure that may limit the growth of the business, and returns to the shareholders. It's important that we have such extended capital denominated in Naira to be able to finance such infrastructure development. To the second point about the terms that are important, I talked about first aligning the timeline. It must, we need capital that is aligned to an extended timeline, 10 years, 15 years, that mirror the cash flows of the business. Competitive pricing is also very important in terms of, pricing that considers the risk, infrastructure risk, and the developmental nature of the business. That is very important. Also being able to negotiate moratorium into the business, having maybe some credit enhancements. You can talk about first loss capital. All of those things that create credit enhancements are very important. I think this industry will continue to thrive on patient capital, like the one you've talked about. And also, I mean, maybe another one is pension fund, which you haven't mentioned, but I don't know if I can detour into that.
No, so let's move on.
All right, sure.
But what I would say is that you did touch on, you know, the three aspects. What I always say about infrastructure financing, not just in the gas sector, but in most sectors, which is long term. So to finance gas, it has to be long term, it has to be low cost, and it has to be in local currency, right? So you touched on all of that, and most of these. So I think we're very proud that, you know, yes, NIDF has started, but there are a lot of infrastructure funds that have now come into play, who can finance, who are getting their money from pension funds, right? So they can finance this sort of projects. So I'd like to move to Mr. Awol. Awal, did I pronounce it? Awal, thank you. Awal, apologies. Okay, so NGML sits at the center of Nigeria's domestic gas value chain and has been instrumental in driving utilization forward. Now, looking ahead, what is the single most important opportunity that NGML and the broader industry should be prioritizing to accelerate the next phase of our domestic gas growth?
Right, thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. So I think I'll start from this point that which has been repeated here today, both from the keynote messages, Google messages, and as well even the first panel session, where we all agree that Nigeria is abundant of gas and all of that. So I think what we need to do going into the future really is to park that conversation, because as important as it is, for me, what we should consider is right now is just a metric for assessing our performance in the upstream. What we need to do in the industry going forward is to create that demand, because we've seen that certainty really enables financing and also capital investments. So what we've been doing over the years, and probably it's never been out there in the open for us in NGML and even our partners, is to make that upfront investment that will stimulate that demand. I'll give you an example of what we're doing with Accela. We're building a pipeline, about 80-kilometer pipeline from VI to Lekki. That in itself alone was an upfront investment. In fact, I remember the conversation where the numbers didn't make any economic sense, right? So but again, we went ahead. And today, as I talk to you, a lot of investments, gas offtake has been enabled along that corridor, including Tetracol, right? So, and I think that's what we need to do going forward. So in that space, we are also going into the virgin land, looking at the upcoming commissioning of the AKK pipeline. Our mandate this year is to create a demand of close to a BCF, about 9 BCF. And we're already co-working that. Again, with Accela, we're doing that in the Abuja axis, where we're already making plans to make development of bring gas into Abuja. For us as NGML, we also make upfront investments in Kaduna, in Kano, working towards building city. That's the only thing that in our mind that will stimulate that demand. Because if we sit and not do anything, that demand will not just create itself. So we need to create it and then pursue it. That way we kind of de-risk the issue of financing that CFO Accela just talked about now.
Thank you. Thank you. I like the phrase creating markets, right? And we know that demand is required. We have the gas, but how do we now create the market for that demand? Thank you very much for that. I'd like to go to Greenville Energy. Moses. So Greenville has taken gas to the north and regions where pipelines do not exist, building markets from scratch. So in line with what has just been said, what has that experience revealed about the real barriers to gas adoption in those markets, and what needs to happen to accelerate the uptake across underserved parts of the country?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for the opportunity given to us to participate at this event, and particularly so for putting us in this panel. Now, we took, that's Greenville, when I say we took a very bold initiative to pioneer domestic gas liquefaction in the country, and launched, as it were, into the central and northern regions of the country, where there are no conventional pipelines. Now, we have an agenda right now that is aggressively ongoing to create 69 stations by the end of this year to provide gas within those spaces to mainly industrial clusters, yeah, as well as, of course, to homes and mobility businesses, the transport sector. Now, to do that, we, apart from building the Rumuji gas plant in River State, we had to invest in the procurement of 700 trucks to run a virtual pipeline. The virtual pipeline, of course, is the trucking system we have put in place. So we can take gas to every nook and cranny of this country where there is no conventional pipeline for gas supply, enhancing the availability of not only gas, but affordable energy to both industry, homes, and the transport sector and power sector. So we have done something like that. Now, if we have invested as much as about $800 million in this endeavor, and we are still upscaling, I think we are very positively doing what you're asking, how will we do? We are there already. We can only scale it up, and we are not relenting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So more investments. Thank you. I'd like to go to Adenike from Layer 3. So you've said that pipes are not enough, right? So I was doing some research, and that gas infrastructure will underperform if the digital layer is treated as an afterthought. Okay? So as a digital infrastructure player, what are the key digital components that gas developers and investors need to be thinking about from day one? You know, and maybe tell us some things that are commonly overlooked. So let's have that conversation.
Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here to have this conversation. So when I look at the digital infrastructure, I look at the stack, right? And typically they consist around 4 to 5 different things. So the first part of that would be the connectivity. So how are you able to monitor your systems? How are you able to collect your reliable data, right? If that foundation isn't there, then you can't really do much with it. Then the second part of that would be, your SCADA and automations. This acts as the brains of the assets. So again, if this part isn't, automated well, or it's not functioning well, there's a lot of data that you're missing out on, right? Because this is the point where you're collecting data on, your pressure, for example, your flows, temperatures, etc. So this is another important part of the stack. Then the third part would be your data management and cloud. So where are we storing this data that we're collecting? Because this industry is generating a lot of data. So how are we storing this data and making sure that we're also compliant and we also have control over this data? And then how are we also being able to process that raw data and turn it into something that's useful, that can be used for predictive maintenance, for example, can be used for even predictive billing or future projections. Then the fourth part of the stack, which I would say is actually one of the most overlooked, would be your OT security, so your operations technology security. So you have your IT cybersecurity, which covers pretty much your information. So if there's an IT attack, that's a data breach, right? But then the operations technology part of it, this is your actual physical assets. And a lot of people don't really consider that as something to think about until it actually happens. Because when there's an OT attack, this is no longer a conversation of data breach. This is an actual physical event. You've somewhat lost control of your physical assets. So this is a part that is also really important to think about at design stage, right? And then the final part I would say would be your analytics and AI. I mean, Ruben mentioned single source of truth. And again, going back to your predictive maintenance, being able to detect anomalies, for example, these are all important when it comes to efficiency in the market, right? Being able to provide visibility, etc. So how are we, again, using all of that data that we're collecting to turn it into actionable intelligence?
Thank you very much. When I saw this panel and I saw that you were included, I said that I thought that was fantastic because, always think about gas processing facilities, pipelines, and people forget the infrastructure behind it. So thank you very much for that. We have time for one more round. So I'd like to come back to Chuka from Shell. So Shell has significant experience across the global gas value chain. So drawing on that experience and your work in Nigeria, when you look at an industrial cluster or a new gas corridor, what determines whether it becomes sustainable and therefore bankable?
I think you can summarize it with one word: risk. I think a lot of people already mentioned it here, but I'll take it from a different angle. Awal talked about how we can de-risk demand. So there's three sides to financing, because in the end, financing any investment, money is agnostic. It goes where you can get the most value. And the way to get the most value is by de-risking, mitigating that risk. So if you think about demand side risk, it's not just, like Awal said, it doesn't end with putting a trunk line from all the way to Kano. It's also about the government of Kano, for example, making sure that the demand within Kano is aggregated, so that anyone who is taking the further risk to the end customer doesn't have to build 1,000 kilometers of pipeline, but it goes down. For example, when we started 25 odd years in Agbarota, we worked with the Ogun State government and with the Guadong Free Zone Authority to pull together an area where every industry knew that they had the infrastructure to get there, and all they needed to do was get a spot in that free zone. I think the same with the Lekki Free Zone as well. And you see a lot of that happening in the West. But we need to do that a lot more across the country, particularly in areas where the supply of gas is already abundant. So that's de-risking demand. So you need to be able to aggregate that demand so that it makes sense to invest. Then the second side of it is then de-risking the supply. A lot of people talk about the supply reliability, and because it's not the most sexy part of it, the most, perhaps in my mind, the most important part of what has been done from a policy perspective over the past few years has been ensuring that people know that the molecules of gas can go from point A to B. And what we're talking about is the network code, being able to monitor your gas. I think the last lady also mentioned about how we use the SCADA system, the digital tool.
Okay.
But it's completely fundamental for any investor that he knows or she knows that when I put my money on the ground, when I put my money to use, I can track that gas from point of upstream to the final customer.
Okay.
And that gives you the confidence to then invest into the market. So
Thank you.
I think that those will be the two things that we look out for.
So risk mitigation on the demand and the supply side. Thanks very much for that. I'd like to go to Ruben from Tetracore. So Tetracore's growth model offers one of the clearest blueprints for scaling a gas distribution business in Nigeria. So from that experience, what market design changes could have a big impact on accelerating investment and infrastructure delivery?
All right. Thank you for that. I think, I believe that there has to be a way that we see partnerships. right? And we have to be creative around how we see partnerships. And so what that would look like is what I bring in the federal government, the state government for a sovereign guarantee, bringing the off-taker and the Tetracor being a facilitator of this sort of agreement, or even bringing, a shell as well, and coming together and looking at it as an opportunity for the ecosystem itself. Because another thing is we need a lot of success story in our ecosystem and in our industry. That also helps, other players in when they go, raise capital and talk to other partners. Another thing we also have to look at is effective, and we keep hammering on this, but effective project designs. We have to move away from designing projects that look very good for headlines and look very good for newspapers, but when it's time to go and retrieve your money from the customer, or when it's even time to develop the project, you start hearing some stories. That doesn't help the narrative, and so it's important that we start looking at our projects and ensuring that wherever we are deploying capital and wherever we are putting our money, we can guarantee to a certain extent, and like Chuka said, de-risk that capital, for the investor. And I believe I have other points, but summarily with these 2 points, I think that is how we approach our project design, and for us that has been our floor blueprint for our projects.
Thank you. I think in the last panel as well, somebody spoke about collaboration and partnerships and how do we begin to collaborate and put frameworks in place. So thanks for that. Bukola from Axela.
Okay, so I'll start by, first of all, what are the expectations of these two individuals for the private sector and the public sector? So for us in the public sector, our priorities are very different in the sense that we play a key role in government priority, energy security, and so on. But majority, if I would say, not say all, of private sector participants, their primary focus is around commercial outcomes, right? So understanding these two and creating a balance between the two makes a very perfect partnership. So whoever is going into partnership with public sector should understand this. Now, the second area to focus on in partnering with a public sector, just like we've seen demonstrated, is understanding the risk. Chuka talked about risks earlier. So, but not just mitigating the risk, you need to understand them and also properly allocate resources that will make sure that they are properly mitigated. Now, I'll give you an example. We talked about raising capital for the infrastructure, because the oil and gas infrastructure is capital intensive and requires a significant amount of time for recovery. So
recording in progress.
Required. First of all, whoever is bringing his or her money into that business wants to be certain that there's this guaranteed flow of revenue. And also there's this tendency that I will be able to recover my investment. So as a result of this, those partners must understand the need for, the requirement for each of them. Now, for people coming to partner with the public sector, first understand that there are requirements. You need to first of all understand what are the risks in that business, what are the technical tendencies and capacity you need to bring to the table. A typical example of some of the things we leverage on us, for us in NGML, being a public sector, of course, you know how difficult it is to get financing, and you need to have processes. So for us, the main driver in our partnerships is speed to market, right? So because we believe that for the kind of business that we do, whoever is, whatever industry you play, whether power, whether commercial sector, they have timelines for their businesses, right? And you need to be committed to say, I will meet your timeline. And that is where the partnership works well for us at St. General. Yeah. So just to summarize, I think in partnering with public sector, a private public sector relationship, really you need to understand the risks that are in there, and then proper risk mitigation and also trust. Okay. Transparency is very key.
Thank you.
As much as you understand that, then the partnership is successful.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move to Moses. So you mentioned the virtual pipelines, the trucking in your previous response. So from your experience, what role should, and this is Greenville now, what role should virtual pipelines play in Nigeria's gas distribution ecosystem, and how should that shape the way we design the market going forward?
Very good, thank you. We are looking at, look, Nigeria have all the ingredients to be Africa's gas hub, right? We have the reserves, we have the market, and with the decade of gas policy of this government, we have the policy trust, all right? Now, we are mindful that we can drive these processes through a three-pronged approach: infrastructure development. Our virtual gas pipeline initiative falls into the infrastructure development process. Now, I told you earlier that we are developing 69 stations in this 2026. Those are gas hub stations. Now, it will interest you to know also that we are developing 30 daughter stations to every 200-kilometer radius of those gas hub stations. And we are delivering the gas to these stations, especially in the north, by this, our investment in these 700 trucks. Now, these trucks, it's interesting. Let me make the point. They are powered by LNG, and they can run for 1,200 to 1,400 kilometers without any need to refuel.
Okay, so do you think that it should be part of Nigeria's design? So I understand that we understand the business.
The market design is in my view, it should be targeted to sustain a mutual relationship, confidence between investors, such as our company Greenville, and the consumers. So I think it is critical that we are in the gap sustaining this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go to Adenike. Building a truly bankable gas ecosystem requires both the energy and the technology players to work closely together. We're speaking about collaboration. So from Layer 3's experience, what does collaboration look like in practice? And what needs to change for it to become the standard? So between digital and the developers now.
Okay, so real collaboration is having those technology partners in those rooms before financial close. So what you see too often right now is technology partners are brought into the conversation after a blueprint has already been set. And then they're now optimizing around decisions that have already been made rather than helping to make those decisions as well. Because again, digital infrastructure is actually a really important part. So what we should be seeing is more regulators, the developers, and also the investors treating digital infrastructure as a core part of the project feasibility. I mean, when you look at the bankability of projects, it's not just about, contracts and cash flows. It's also about visibility. It's also about trust, and also about, the operation. So the investors, they want to be able to see what's happening across their assets in real time. And the digital infrastructure provides that reliable visibility and also the operational visibility as well. So when you have the pipelines and the digital infrastructures working together, it becomes more efficient. It makes the market more efficient.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause. You can clap. You can. I'd like to bring my panel to a close. I think this has been an excellent panel and lots of insights shared. So to close, I'd like each of my panelists, I think we have time for one sentence. So everybody gets one sentence. So pick one group in this room, whether it's the finance, because we have a lot of...
Mrs. Finney,
it's one sentence.
No, Mrs. Finney, just give me a second. Forgive my interruption. I've been asked to indulge your panel with a few minutes, extra minutes for audience questions. So just let's see if anybody has a question. Because left to me, your time is up. I will say your 10 minutes.
Fantastic.
But I've been asked to, and you did a fine thing. I mean, you were spot on time, so high five. I can always count on you. I knew that. So any questions for my panel? For this panel, not the previous panel, because they were not on the previous panel. So you have a question for this panel? By show of hand, we'll get you the microphone. If there is none, then you can proceed to your closing as you had intended. I see this panel has been well understood. If I'm back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so to close, I was saying that there are financiers, there are developers, there are regulators in the room, policymakers. So if you can pick one group in one sentence and just say one thing that they need to do to move Nigeria closer to this bankable gas distribution ecosystem. To wrap up, please.
Okay, it'll probably be more than a sentence, but it's a phrase.
To one group.
A phrase. And I think we touched on it a bit in terms of collaboration. I think one of the things that we start to see is that there is a tendency for everyone to go into and this is speaking to the entire industry, to look at it from a winner takes all, approach. And I think the idea of partnerships is really, really important because we need to start. I mean, if you look at Nigeria in terms of our,
I'm not sure.
In terms of the opportunity is there. And I'm hoping that as an industry, we start to see how can we grow the pie rather than how do we take so much of the little one that we have.
Thank you. So partnerships. Thank you, Ruben.
So while Chuka was speaking, I was thinking about it. But then one of the sweetest things about our industry is that it's a collaborative industry. We need everybody. We need the regulators can work, without the project developers, without the financiers. And so for me, it's a cocktail, of everyone. And it's having the right mix, of everybody in the room, being very factual about where we need to go. I think that's the most important thing. Yes, we need to be factual. We need to move away from the days where we designed in isolation and we built in isolation, and using what Chuka said, collaborate. But most importantly, be factual about what we are developing. I think that is where we will start seeing important results, and the growth of our industry.
Okay, Bukola.
I would say that for us to achieve the bankability of the ecosystem, like the theme is, or the topic for this panel, I think some key things are important, and we've talked about them across this panel: bankability of the projects, patient capital, sustainability credentials, and lastly, there must be stability also around the regulatory
frameworks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, so I know you probably hear collaboration multiple times as the microphone goes down the way. So, but I'll put it in this way. What has been missing, what's been the missing link in everything that we do is that synergy. So as the industry must synergize, talking about the partners, be it private, be it public sector, we must include regulators in that room to make sure there's this synergy in the decisions that we take. Because if you heard the first panel, there were lots of policies that that synergy is making it drag a little bit. I think if we're able to synergize, we'll support each other doing what is right to create that demand that we need to grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Moses.
I speak for Greenville now. And we have done the needful. As of today, we are delivering 1.2 million tons of LNG into the market. And we still need gas. So I'm asking, both at the regulatory level, or should I say especially at the regulatory level, we need more gas. So give us gas to run the infrastructure we have put up. Greenville is bankable and as it is, inexhaustibly scalable. So let's take it from there and get help for all of us who are into this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Adenike.
So I think I would like to maybe just reiterate a point that I made earlier.
Okay.
And this is about the regulators, the financiers, and the operators and developers working together and being more intentional about implementing digital infrastructure as part of the project feasibility. I'm saying this from a biased perspective as well, because I work in digital infrastructure, but we understand how critical infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, helps such a huge industry. So those are the people that I'll talk to in this room.
Thank you very much for that. Collaboration, having a plan, bankability, stability, partnerships. A round of applause for my excellent panel. I think a lot of insights were shared. Thank you very much.
No, allow us give you your gifts, please. Allow us give you your gift real quick. Can I have the gifts for my panel? Quick. Chairman, sir, please, if you can come, let's do the needful. Give them another round of applause, please. You know, this is for Raf. Yes, as represented. Thank you very much. Olakunle is next as represented. Thank you very much. Olakunle as represented. This is for Yetunde Demuren. Demuren with the demure. Is that the way he said? Represent. Okay. Awal is here in person. Awal, please step forward. Thank you very much. Okay. Ritu as represented. Thank you very much. Adenike Aziz. Thank you very much. And of course, the reliable Ifoma Fini, our moderator. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. A family photo with the chairman and you take your seats. A family photo with the chairman and you take your seat. Please give our panel on building a bankable gas ecosystem another round of applause. We're almost done for today. Thank you for the insights that you have provided. I think for me, there's a very unpopular opinion that some of us are holding on to in terms of solving our energy poverty problem. And part of that unpopular opinion, I think I heard somebody say something like that on this panel, was it the previous panel now, is that alongside gas, we should go and fire our coal power plants. That's why I said it's unpopular. It's very unpopular an opinion. Anyways, we'll talk about that some other time or later. But for now, let's take a quick look at what our rapporteurs, our team of Juliet, Okawonsu and Obas Esiedesa, what the two of them as our team of rapporteurs have put together. They've done a fine job coming up with a document, even though the last session has just ended. Can you please give them a round of applause? Our team of rapporteurs on my left, Juliet and Obas, thank you very much. Indulge me, I would see if I can skip a paragraph or two, but indulge me, ladies and gentlemen, and give me your kind attention as you've done all day. After this, the vote of thanks will come from the ES and we are done, we proceed to launch and come back, as I said, for the AGM, strictly for members. Draft communique issued at the end of a one-day business forum organized by the Association of Local Distributors of Gas in Abuja, Nigeria, on the 4th of June, 2026. Introduction. The 2026 Business Forum of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas, themed From Gas Abundance to Gas Access, Reassessing Nigeria's Gas Distribution Imperatives, was held on the 4th of June 2026 at the Petroleum Technology Development Fund Building, Abuja. The forum was convened to examine and develop actionable solutions to the paradox of abundant gas resources amidst persistent energy deficits in Nigeria. Despite possessing over 209 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves, the largest in Africa and among the top 10 globally, Nigeria continues to grapple with limited domestic gas utilization, inadequate distribution infrastructure, and constrained energy access. Deliberations at the forum focused on the structures, systems, and enabling architecture required to transform the country's vast gas endowment into a functional, inclusive, and economically transformative domestic energy ecosystem. Recognizing domestic gas distribution as a strategic national priority, participants noted that the current state of gas access is both commercially suboptimal and socially unsustainable. Consequently, the Aldg Business Forum 2026 sought to advance the conversation beyond diagnosis of the challenges toward practical and coordinated implementation strategies. The overarching objective of the forum was to generate outcomes capable of accelerating Nigeria's transition from a nation defined by gas abundance to one empowered by widespread access to gas. Acknowledging that the window of opportunity presented by the energy transition is real but not indefinite. The forum recognized the need to leverage existing policy momentum, investor interest, technological innovation, and market opportunities through coordinated and executable programs. To achieve this objective, the forum brought together policymakers, regulators, investors, development finance institutions, technology providers, and industry operators to address critical questions relating to infrastructure development, financing mechanisms, regulatory certainty, and last-mile distribution models. Discussions were guided by key considerations, including how infrastructure gaps should prioritize what financing instruments can unlock large-scale private investment, how regulatory frameworks can provide long-term investment certainty, and what practical models can deliver gas access to underserved communities across Nigeria. Observations and deliberations. During deliberations, participants observed as follows. 1. Nigeria's proven gas reserves currently stand at approximately 215 trillion cubic feet, representing an increase from the previous 209 TCF. Despite the country's vast gas resources, industrial, commercial, and domestic access to gas remains limited. 3. High distribution cost and fragmented investment framework continue to constrain gas accessibility and utilization. 4. Inadequate gas distribution and access contribute to energy poverty, environmental degradation, and slower economic growth. 5. A new gas ecosystem anchored on affordability, availability, and accessibility is required for gas to effectively drive Nigeria's domestic and export ambitions. 6. Significant capital investment is required to unlock Nigeria's gas potential and achieve last-mile utilization. 7. Nigeria is targeting a gas supply level of 12 billion cubic feet per day by 2030. 8. Enhanced gas distribution has the potential to accelerate industrialization, reduce energy poverty, and create sustainable employment opportunities. 9. Government and industry operators are implementing key projects, including the completion of the OB3 River Niger crossing and the Ajaokuta-Kaduna AKK gas pipeline project to address supply and infrastructure challenges. 10. The Decade of Gas Initiative, the Petroleum Industry Act, the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, and other sector reforms have created positive momentum. However, further efforts are required to address existing gaps across the gas value chain. 11. Multiple regulatory requirements and compliance obligations continue to impede efforts to scale domestic gas supply and distribution. 12. Stronger collaboration among industry stakeholders is necessary to address infrastructure deficits, pricing challenges, and market inefficiencies. 13. Coal is not considered a threat to the gas market, but rather a complementary energy source within Nigeria's broader energy mix, especially on the backdrop that coal should be used where efficiency is required and not a substitute to or displacement where natural gas is already used. 14. Participants commended the association for its contributions toward deepening gas accessibility and providing a platform for constructive dialogue on the growth of the gas sector. Resolutions. Following exhaustive deliberations, participants resolved as follows. All stakeholders should shift focus from narratives of gas abundance to practical strategies that enhance gas accessibility and utilization. 2. Government should foster enabling environment that encourages long-term investment across the entire gas value chain. 3. Strategic and sustained coordination among government regulators, investors, operators, and development partners is required to expand gas utilization nationwide. 4. Strong institutions, policy consistency, and enhanced security frameworks are necessary to provide market certainty, investor confidence, and trust. 5. Deliberate actions should be taken to promote key drivers of gas utilization, including pipeline network expansion, modern storage and distribution infrastructure, efficient downstream delivery systems, technology and innovation, diversified gas applications, and scalable distribution models. 6. Improved access to affordable financing and increased foreign direct investments are critical to accelerating gas infrastructure development. 7. Stakeholders must work toward building a gas economy that delivers tangible value to Nigerians by powering industries, supporting households, and creating jobs. 8. Government should intensify efforts to strengthen and scale gas distribution licensing frameworks to facilitate structured and sustainable sector development. 9. Aldg should continue to engage policymakers, regulators, operators, investors, and development partners through sustained advocacy and stakeholder dialogue to advance gas accessibility and utilization across Nigeria. Recommendations. The forum recommends the following actions by key stakeholders. For government, they should: A. Continue to provide an enabling environment that encourages long-term investment across the gas value chain through policy consistency, regulatory certainty, and strengthened institutional frameworks. B. Accelerate the development of critical gas infrastructure, including pipeline networks, storage facility, and distribution systems to improve gas accessibility and utilization. C. Strengthen and streamline gas distribution licensing and regulatory processes to promote efficiency and attract greater private sector participation. Recommendations for development finance institutions. They should: A. Provide affordable and long-term Naira-backed financing solutions to support the development and expansion of gas infrastructure projects across the country. B. Partner with government and private sector operators to de-risk investments and facilitate greater capital inflows into the gas sector. Recommendations for investors and operators. They should pursue strategic collaborations and partnerships that facilitate the establishment of gas aggregation hubs and other shared infrastructure initiatives. B. Invest in innovative and scalable distribution models that improve last-mile gas delivery and enhance accessibility for industries, businesses, and households. And C. Strengthen industry collaboration to address infrastructure gaps, improve operational efficiency, and accelerate domestic gas utilization. And conclusion. The 2026 Aldg Business Forum provided a timely platform for stakeholders across the gas value chain to critically examine the challenges and opportunities associated with gas distribution and accessibility in Nigeria. Participants reaffirmed that while Nigeria possesses abundant gas resources, the true measure of success lies in ensuring affordable, reliable, and widespread access to gas for industries, businesses, and households. The forum underscored the need for stronger collaboration among government, regulators, investors, operators, and development partners to unlock investments, expand infrastructure, strengthen policy implementation, and accelerate gas utilization nationwide. Date and place of issuance issued on this 4th day of June 2026 in Abuja, Nigeria. That's the work of Juliet and Obas. A round of applause for them again. Thank you very much. However, if you think anything has not been captured by them, you can see them at the end of this forum. Suggest that to them. They will compare it with what they have gathered, and the final document, of course, will go back to the association, who will release the appropriate channels and quarters. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Let me now invite Mr. Kadri, our Executive Secretary, for the vote of thanks to formally close this forum. Please, the ears. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, and good afternoon again. Mr. Chairman, Aldg, please can you join me on the podium? I've been asked to give vote of thanks, but before then, we like to present some awards to members of our governing board whose 2-year tenure will be ending shortly, because our AGM will happen after now and there will be an election. Creator Urban Awards. Creator Urban Awards. Okay, while we wait, I may be forced to speak. Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Our Creator Urban, if I wait for more than 2 minutes, there will be consequence management in your UBA account. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you. I've been asked to give a vote of thanks, but instead I would prefer to give thanks to God Almighty first, the maker and the giver of life, because 366 days ago, in this very hall, attending the first business forum, the then executive secretary approached me and told me that there will be vacancy in the secretariat of the Aldg, and they think I have the capacity to do the job. That was on the 3rd of June last year in this hall. Today, I'm standing here before you as the Executive Secretary of Aldg to give a vote of thanks in the 2nd edition. I got appointed just 4 months and 4 days ago with a mandate to ensure that a befitting business forum is organized, learning from where we were last year, and to also ensure that the Downstream magazine, which was published first about 3-4 years ago, is published in the course of 2026. I took the bull by the horn, decided that I will keep a date with history by holding this event within June, and if possible, same Thursday or thereabout, which was the choice of the 4th of June, subject to other calendars and availability. I believe we've done our little best. The Business Forum 2nd edition has been hosted successfully, subject to your confirmation. a quality magazine has been unveiled and is being sold. We've had 2 sections today. There had been tea break, and I'm sure there will also be sumptuous lunch. And we will also have our AGM. For all this, to God be the glory. Thank you, my indefatigable chairman and deputy leading the governing council of the ALDG, my ES emeritus, Oga Ogiri Odejo. I'm sure you are locked down somewhere, about 5,000, 6,000 miles away, for all your guidance and support. My colleagues at the ALDG Secretariat, thank you for the sleepless nights, for the very many meetings. Creator Urban, you are the best. Thanks for your guidance, thanks for your direction, and thanks to you and your staff for helping pull this together. There's a common saying that I'll say it in pidgin: come chop, not become work. Come and learn. For some, it's work. But you have taken out time. You've been here since morning. The hall is still full because we value knowledge and learning. For that, ALGG is immeasurably grateful to you, my dear participants, for being here and being attentive. And I know you know that your attendance is for free. And like the MC said, somebody paid for it. My dear member companies and sponsors already on display, Tetraco, we are grateful. Axela, we are grateful. Falcon, we are grateful. SNG, we are grateful. Power Gas, we are grateful. Portland, Entech, Layer 3, for providing the internet access that we leverage on for our broadcasting. PTDF, billboards, if you want to transfer money. Highlands, and of course, to members of staff of our company, Alpha Mass Value Energy and Renewable Limited, who are the secretariat of the association. Thank you, and thank you. But I will not stop without acknowledging NGA, Executive Secretary, for his guidance. I will not stop without acknowledging our MC, Richmond Dosuji, Talk Shop Limited. Thanks for being here, and thanks for accepting us at our discounted rates, because you know we didn't have money. Thank you. I now do the presentation. Mr. Chairman, join me.
Chairman, please come back.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Where we start, Mr. Chairman. Bring all of them. Mr. Chairman, your secretariat was hosted by VAPAS Advisory before now. We have an award for VAPAS Advisory. If there's any representative For VAPAS, please, Deborah, I saw you at some point.
She's the one coming there.
Yeah, please pick the award on behalf of VAPAS. Before you go, there's an award personally for Ogabano Adejo Ogiri, my predecessor.
Debbie, let me hold on.
Thank you. Congratulations. Is there any representative from Mrs. Audrey Joezigbo, the gas lady, former NGA president and governing council member of Aldg? Okay. SNG, stand by for Mr. Ralph Bobo. SNG, stand by for Ralph Bobo.
SNG can come now.
SNG, Ralph Bobo. Okay. Power Gas for Summit. Power Gas for Summit. Okay. Power Gas. Gasco Marine for Lekon Adekeye. Please step forward.
Are they here? Are they here? It's Gasco.
Gasco Marine, any representative?
They're not here.
Okay. My deputy chairman. Modion, MC, you will join me. You will join me so that we jointly present the award to our chairman. Deputy, please, you join me and the MC and Mudio, Creator Urban, sorry, so that we present the award to the chairman jointly.
Yes, please, by all means.
Ojo.
Where's Ojo?
I'm not sure I have the capacity.
Chairman, before you go, please, all the board members, who's got a word, can you just step forward with your plaques and take one final family photo? All those who just received a plaque now. Chairman and Vice Chair here already. All those who just got a plaque, please come out with your plaques. Come out with your plaques and take a family photo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Please come out and take one final photo. All those who got to the word, come with your plaques when you're coming. Come with your plaques. This is for service to the association. This is for selfless service. They volunteer, they provide their time, they provide their resources. They help this association to continue its advocacy work. They help the industry to build collaborative bridges. And of course, they help policymakers to know what laws to make and where to channel that energy in lawmaking so that the right laws will be made to help gas in the domestic market reach where it ought to be, giving end users access via the entire value chain of the domestic gas industry. I think they deserve another round of applause, a resounding applause to these board members. Thank you for your service. The association and the industry owes you a debt of gratitude, and thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the business forum for Aldg for 2026. If you want to clap, feel free and clap. Yes, that's very in order. Toasting, yes. All right. So where you had your tea, in the order you had your tea, same place lunch is served. Now for members, after immediately following lunch, you come back here for the AGM. For non-members, you can proceed to other matters that you have for the rest of today Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy your weekend. See you next time. Richmond Osuji is my name, and I'm out for today.